We live. Welcome. Come one, come all to my stream. I just called it Coronavirus Stream 4. Hang on. There we go. Let me go to my channel. 56 people. Welcome. Yeah, I know I said I wouldn't go live tonight, but then I remembered what the hell else am I doing? For some stuff, I'm more productive on this stream. You guys make me think fast. I don't want to sound stupid in front of you, you know? Stream till we beat this. So no, we're not shooting any ice. Interesting thing today. There we go. I did a little more work today, but on this stream we basically want to do research on one thing. So, the thing that I've been, well, you know what? All right, first off, we got a little bit of time to waste. Benche, I don't know why you like me. First off, we got a little bit of time to waste, so let's read comments. Let's start by reading comments. I was reading the comments, but then I was like, it'd be more fun to read comments with you. So this is Comment AI Archive. It's someone I don't know who... Let's see the comments on the most recent one. You know, PewDiePowers reads comments. The early Haxer squad is ready to watch. A national hero. I don't know about that, but a daughter described Annie's mac and cheese as smelling and tasting like farm. No, actually, there was one comment that that I saw and really wanted to. I forget where it was, but I really wanted to address it. Let me see if I can find it, because I think it's a good comment to address, and I think it. Maybe it's pretty far down. Does George do anything other than... Wow, this is a lot of comments, man. This is a lot of comments. SARS, human protein interaction. So, oh yes, here we go. Yes, this is the one I want to address. We will check out this paper in a minute, but something interesting. Why don't you teach people hacking instead of wasting 4 hours with nothing? You guys, what do you think I'm doing on these streams? What do you think the point of this is? You don't think... What do you think hacking is, man? Well, but like really though, like, what do you think hacking is? And I saw that, and I thought this morning, and I'm like, hacking isn't a fixed target. You can't learn hacking, right? Hacking is just being able to think with an open mind and being able, and you know, unlike in a lot of bullshit, like hacking tells you when you get the right answer. This is something I always loved about the phone exploits and the PlayStation exploits, is like when you get it, you get it. And if you didn't make it work exactly, if you didn't put all the things together in the perfectly right order, it doesn't work. This is, if you guys have never read this, this is one of my favorite. This was something it was really meaningful to me in high school reading it. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second, this is cool. It does what I want it to. If it makes a mistake, it's because I screwed it up. Not because it doesn't like me, or feels threatened by me, or thinks I'm a smartass, or doesn't like teaching and shouldn't be here. I'll post this in the comments if you guys have never read it. It's really worth reading. Another line that this is less good, but I really like the paragraph at the end. We will create a civilization of the mind in cyberspace. May it be more humane and fair than the world your governments have made before. One of the things that's, I've been doing a lot of coronavirus research, and one of the things that's really upset me is how much I think the Google and the Reddit algorithms have changed, even over the last 5 years, to give you absolute trash content. Like, you can't even use these services anymore. Like, there is no more power users. They've made it all so lowest common denominator and so stupid. DuckDuckGo isn't better. I was thinking today, like, I'll show you. Oh yeah, this is something I'm actually serious about. I'll show you what I was searching for today on Reddit that drove me crazy. So you type in COVID-19 and you click communities. Our conspiracy, our memes, our pics are funny. What the fuck is this shit? I'll show you the one that I wanted, and I couldn't actually get the one I wanted because I don't even know if it's on here. There's a subreddit that I found interesting to read. So, like, there have to be, this one. There have to be reports from people who've actually, like, tested positive, right? There's a moderator here that was pretty well upvoted. Here we go. Like, suggestion: allow top-level posts only for those tested positive. Set a rule. Have a daily discussion thread. Right? Like, this is a moderation policy that can actually make an online community good. Why? I type in COVID-19. COVID-19 is literally in COVID-19 positive, right? Come on, you can't look, like, it's there. You can't tell me it's the dash causing the problem. We'll try it with the dash too. And you're giving me R funny? Are you kidding me? Like, can I use a regex? Here, I put the dash. Let's see, do I get it now? No, I still don't get it. How come I can't find this one? What is interesting about all of this is I think there's real hope in the next couple of years of building kind of more elite tools to access the internet, right? The tools like Reddit and Google have failed us terribly. And I think that it's possible. The search results are returned by frequency and by number of views. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that this is done out of some, like, malicious conspiracy. I'm just saying that the internet no longer works for power users. It's become increasingly difficult to use the internet in the last. No. I'm not talking at all about human subjective meaning. I'm talking about a fucking regex, right? Can you not? I type COVID-19 and you give me R memes? R India speaks. Right? Before you give me like the only decent subreddit I've read about coronavirus. Oh, you saw it? Is it here? I don't see it. I mean, it's kind of a meme. Google's a better search result. Well, let's see if we can find it on Google. COVID-19 positive. My friend mentioned this to me on a phone call. Okay, that's better. I mean, I have to type... No, well, I guess actually it works on Reddit if I type in exactly. Okay, so before giving me that subreddit, which, okay, coronavirus, the main subreddit, fine, that can be the top hit, some mega threads, that's fine. It gives me GeekWire and Digital Trends and Politico and USA Today and Business Insider. I don't want any of these websites to ever show up in my search results, ever. I never want a Business Insider article to show up. I don't think... Some of these you can defend. Some of the news organizations. That New York Times thing with the visualization is nice. The New York Times occasionally does good things. But I never want Business Insider to show up. Like Google. Oh, let's see. What does DuckDuckGo do? Let's see. Is it better? Holy shit. It's much better. Wow. I mean, this is at least from the right subreddit. Wow. Okay. No, I mean, I really have to move away from Google. And it's sad because there's so much great content being created on the internet, but it really isn't being indexed well. So, I think there's great potential here for somebody to start a startup to do this. I've never said this before. I've never said before. People always ask me for startup ideas. I think there's great potential to work on literally just take the mission of Google. Google is a failed organization. Take the mission of Google and start a company today. Say that our mission is to organize the world's information, and I'll pay $20 a month for membership. What do I think of Urbit? I don't think great things about Urbit, unfortunately. They're cool, and it's cool, and anyone who's doing interesting things. I mean, look, I have my respect for Urbit, my respect for Google, right? But part of the problem with Urbit is, what is it? In order for something to be... Urbit is a clean slate OS and network for the 21st century. Okay. Clean slate reimagining of an operating system as an overlay OS. It runs on any Unix machine. This is better than the documentation used to be. I've tried to use Urbit. Okay. Getting an Urbit ID. All right. I mean, so one of the co-founders of this is Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin wrote a very interesting blog, Unqualified Reservations. Am I allowed to endorse that? Am I going to be canceled? It's interesting. It's very worth reading. And for political theory, I feel like this stuff works very well. I would not go work at Google if you're talented. For political theory, this very verbose style works well, but okay. So how do I get an Urbit ID? Assuming Urbit is simple enough, how do they log in? Urbit ID is the answer. Urbit ID is let's first talk about what it is. This is how long it takes to explain their login, right? If you want to replace something, you have to make it better. Why not work for Google if you're talented? I mean, are you one of those? You know, look, you want to see a whole lot of losers who work at tech companies? You ever been on Team Blind? Team Blind is cool, by the way. But you know, these people are always talking about their TCO, man. Look, someone's a Google engineer. They're IC7. They submitted $1.2 million. The money's all fake, guys. The money's all fake. If you're a money-grubbing whore, go work at Google. You'll probably do very little, and you'll make a lot of money. But I mean, Team Blind is when you read a lot of the threads on here, you just see this sickness that's inhabiting these tech companies. What company is the best for learning? The absolute best way to learn, and I've never suggested anybody do this because it's a truly hellish experience, is to start your own company. You will learn a lot. You'll hate it. You'll wish you never did it, but you'll learn a lot. Can an introvert start his own company? What's an introvert, man? Who told you were an introvert? All right. No. We're not going off topic. We have 364 people. Let's get into coronavirus stuff today. This coffee's hitting, feeling good. I had a Red Bull today, too. I've been working hard. So, this. Remember how I kept saying, how does the virus replicate? Because, well, your body has the essential dogma of molecular biology, and I'm going to get this right. DNA is turned into RNA by transcription. Then the DNA leaves the nucleus of the cell. Then inside the RNA is translated by translation into proteins. But there's nothing normally that replicates RNA in your body. So I bought one supplement, and I'll get it for you. It's zinc. So this is it's a wives' tale that zinc helps with colds. But through an independent direction, I stumbled upon this. I think there's been more of these that show so I'll add this to down here. So there's usually they say zinc is good for colds. And you hear that, and that's like a wives' tale. But remember that a lot of colds are caused by coronaviruses as well. And that's another thing that I kind of want to look at on this stream. Let's write about it. How similar are other coronaviruses causing colds, not either SARS, MERS. So when you look in coronaviruses on Wikipedia, you see there's actually a whole bunch of them. I want to look at the DNA for them today. But, and 2 in patients with the common cold. Coronavirus, this one, and coronavirus, this one. Let me just put the links here. Zinc blocks DRP. That's capital P. And let's put a bunch of citations for this. So also, yeah, question, how similar is Hep E RDRP? I think I actually read it also in something for SARS. But there's a problem. So zinc ions, and zinc is an ion, I think, I'm going to ask a little bit more about what that means, but it works as long as the zinc gets into the cell. So the RDRP isn't blocked if the zinc is not in the cell, because the RDRP is happening in the cell. So remember, here's your cell. The virus gets into the cell and then causes the, it drops the RNA in, the body's translation mechanisms translate that RNA into proteins. Those proteins then, one of them is this replicase polyprotein, which replicates in the cell and creates lots of copies of the RNA. But how do you get zinc into cells? And this is the other piece of the puzzle. Hydrochloroquinolone. Well, let me just... Let me see if I can find the paper. Zinc uptake. So apparently, yeah, this. Chloroquine is chloroquine, I'll say this right. Also, just because it was brought up on my stream last night, I want to issue a correction. The man who died, and this is, I'm only bringing this up because I mentioned this on my stream and I really don't like to be inaccurate. Arizona man dies after attempting to take Trump coronavirus cure. So they show pills, right? He did not take pills. He did not take a pill. He drank fish tank cleaner. I have this substance in the house because I used to have koi fish. You know? He literally drank fish cleaner. And this is the news article. I'm disgusted. Normally I'm disgusted by that. He didn't take the drug. Because I saw that, and my friend thinks she has coronavirus. She's taking this drug. It's called Plaquenil. Again, I'm not a doctor. Don't listen to me about taking any drugs. But if it's a pill form synthesized in a medical laboratory, it's a whole lot safer than somebody who literally drank fish tank cleaner. But did he have a pipette? Did he measure the dose? Right, come on, this is basic things that everyone who takes drugs knows. So yeah, there's definitely side effects to this drug. But so this in a way, just to understand the studies that are coming out. There was one French study that was really hyped up. Unfortunately, the French study was not randomized and not double-blind, but there was a new doctor. This is all crap. Oh, God. I saw there was a letter from a doctor where the doctor combined chloroquine, zinc, and that antibiotic that they're talking about. I just found it really interesting that like this was reached through a different, like I approached this from a whole different strategy. I approached this from a, well, okay, what do you actually, you know, if you can block this thing, right? Your body doesn't need this, right? So my understanding of a lot of the HIV and herpes drugs is they block reverse transcriptase. Reverse transcriptase is something that turns RNA back into DNA, which is something your body doesn't ever do. Block reverse transcriptase. What's like the? It's the what's the? It's the herpes drug. It's Valtrex, right? This is what it does. Yeah, I think so. Again, I want a power user Google because that's the one I want. What does it do? Prodrug. Viral DNA polymerase. Huh. So it's not blocking reverse transcriptase. Why is viral DNA polymerase different? But maybe there's another one, which is the one, the reverse transcriptase inhibitors. Oh, look at this. Nucleotide analog reverse transcriptase inhibitors. But, okay, I mean, this is cute, but doesn't your body also need to make DNA? Oh, Retrovir, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Nothing like this is going to work for coronavirus, since coronavirus doesn't, well, you know what, let's just put this in a general treatments, since I've been doing this research. Anyway, so there's another Recimdivir. Recimdivir, what is the name? Huh. It mimics adenosine? That's interesting. It's not what I remember reading. I read something where it said that this was like 13 binding to spike protein. Oh, it's also an RDRP inhibitor. Interesting. Okay, I was wrong about what this did. I thought it interfered with the spike trying to attach to ACE2. Let me make sure that that's right. Zinc ionophore. It's interesting that when you type zinc ionophore, that's the type one you get. Multiple. don't know what of highest level is as units. I mean, this is also like nice to see too. It's nice to see that low doses seem to be fairly effective in producing the effect. So no, there was some. Let me see if I can find. He's some doctor in Vladimir Zelenko. Again, I don't want the news. Can you please give me the original source? Yeah, this. Yeah. I saw this. All right, and like, you know, again, you have to take you know, all these things with a grain of salt. But he has a, you know, he's a doctor, and he's prescribed this to hundreds of people. And again, these are all well-tolerated drugs. See, I don't know, immediately find cure for coronavirus, but we know that hydroxychloroquine helps zinc enter the cell. We know that zinc slows viral replication within the cell. And then, yeah, the antibiotic prevents bacterial infection. It's no shit. But it's interesting how, like, you can come to this from thinking about it from a first principles perspective. Though, to be fair, this one wasn't first principles. This was. I mean, this. Remember, there's a big, like, you have to use an anti-prior on this drug because it is talked about so much. So, like, it's less likely to be true, whereas zinc is something that I'm sure I'd heard for coronaviruses before any of this happened, before I even knew what a coronavirus was, back when it was still just the cold. But, all right. Leslie, what are the comments saying? I don't even think China knows their own number. All right, no Chinese conspiracy theories. I think that... I mean, what you see in China is true. And here's why. I mean, we know the Chinese took draconian quarantine methods. I showed you guys the pictures yesterday. Probably the most draconian quarantine methods of anywhere in the world. South Korea, seen a massive number. This is the daily increase of cases. So a big drop by taking less aggressive quarantine measures. There's no reason to not believe China in this. And then Italy is also starting to see a decline. Interesting, always interesting about Italy. So Italy is a country of 60 million people. Right. They're already at 0.1%. It'll be very interesting for the rest of the world what happens with Italy over the next week. Because, like, there gets to a point where you can't really stop this, right? Even in quarantine, sure, you're reducing the number of... well, if I don't put the parentheses, it will multiply. Actually, that'll work. That's fine. Order of operations. When did I say would be at 1 mil? If the current rates continue, I forget. But we're going to learn a lot in the next week about what's going to happen. No, we're definitely not getting to 1 mil in a week. In a week, we're going to have a much better idea of the trajectory. I mean, to be fair, like, we don't know. We don't know Well, okay, I guess we estimated that yesterday at like 25%. What percent of the population can get infected with the disease? Assuming the cruise ship did good mixing. Before this month ends, we will hit 1 million. Is Augur V2 up yet? Can I bet against you on that? Let's go. Can I bet against you? I got my Ethereums right here. Oh, launching a bet now on Augur. No, I don't want V1. I want V2. This won't go away like all of the yearly flu. Even if right now we backed everything off and the cases already peaked, the reason that I bought 2 weeks of food was not out of fear of the disease. It's out of fear of, governmental collapse. What's Kepler GL? Oh, I've seen this before, yeah. Beautiful maps. By guns. Guns probably aren't gonna help. Well, I don't know. China is fine, but again, let's stick with science. Let's not go off and talk about political leaders are showing their real selves. I did read some political news today. It's rather shocking. Vietnam? What about Vietnam? Ali Sparkles, we don't talk about Comma AI here. It's good to see you back, but we don't answer Comma AI questions here. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some Q&A. We'll see what I'm feeling later. First human transition found. That's definitely a Rickroll. You're worried. What are you worried about? Okay. We'll indulge this for a little bit. Everyone here who's worried, what are you worried about? A young Charlie Sheen constructs Vietnam control. I'm trying to think if that's true or not, or some movie. I'm not clicking that link, don't worry. Second resurgence after quarantine, worried about old people, worried about tons of people losing housing, worried about the economy collapsing, you're worried dumbasses will purposely infect everyone. The Heineken virus. I'm worried when we get reinfected after being infected once. Okay, this is something we can actually address with science. So I looked into this a bit today. Remember we were looking into immune systems on last night's stream. So it seems like there's two immunities to it. SARS-CoV specific antibodies. I see no reason why SARS-CoV-2 would be any different. And at least for 13 weeks, it seems like you don't have any decline of immunities. So I wouldn't worry about that. The high hospitalization rate is scary a little bit. But it doesn't mutate as fast as rhinovirus. How big is rhinovirus? Wikipedia tell you? Yeah, it's much smaller. It's It's much smaller. Coronavirus is complicated. Remember how I was saying it was elegant code? I mean, I hadn't looked at much other code, I guess. So just the replication mechanism of SARS-CoV-2 is like 3 times the size of a common cold. You're worried about not having sex for a long period of time. Yeah. I know those feels, bro. Is HIV more dangerous than COVID? I would so much rather be infected with COVID than HIV. Reduce lung function and possible reproductive harm after recovery. I mean, I don't know about the reproductive harm. Reduce lung function, yeah. I mean, if you're put on a ventilator, it's just really bad. Like, you don't want to end up there. No, still, I would much rather be infected with this than HIV. Worried about lasting lung damage. All right, let's see what we can find on that. Wow. I have to look these things up. Let's just read the abstract more carefully. 80 medical staff contracted SARS. 78 were enrolled in the study. Pulmonary lesions on CT scans diminished from... What's a normal amount of pulmonary lesions? Is it 0? Maybe base rate's not the word here. I'm sure if I search for normal number of, that's not the right medical. Lung nodules. Are nodules the same as lesions? Lesions larger than 3 centimeters. Is this a steroid? Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know they used this. It is interesting that they're not using steroids for this. So okay, here's a difference. Here's where my, just look at SARS strategy might not work. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like, at least, I mean, if it is, I don't know how common peptic ulcers was. Everyone has hypertension, everyone has anxiety and depression, everyone has diabetes. Wait, so this is at the point they got SARS. So when they got SARS, I guess they were under 30. I'm sure they didn't get SARS in the medical industry when they were under 30, 15 years ago. This study doesn't seem great. Why not? I mean, there's a few things I like about it. The studies of medical staff, which is biased to be fair, but they're getting, it's long-term follow-up studies. Whenever you're getting long-term follow-up studies, it's interesting. Oh, here we go. They got SARS in 2003. Restrictive ventilation dysfunction. Indicating a mild rejection with an 80% predicted value. If there is an effect, it doesn't look super strong. Have I looked at TREMD simulations with Genesis? What's that? Basically over 50% had long-term effects? That's not what I'm reading here. What I'm reading here is I'm interested in this now. Why did they use corticosteroids for SARS and they're not using it in coronavirus? SARS-V2. Oh. This is actually, wait. No clinical data exists to say there is that net benefit is derived for corticosteroids in this treatment of respiratory infection due to any of these things. So they're saying it was actually dumb to have used it in SARS? Is that... SARS-related psychosis? Or during the acute phase of their illness. Those who developed psychosis were given a higher cumulative dose than those who didn't. Is that a side effect of steroids? What are they? I should know this. Damn, you know, should I go to med school? I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm sure you learn well in med school. I only know all this stuff, you know, if you ask me about all the illegal drugs, I know all the stuff. I don't know all the stuff for the other drugs. But... are we seeing SARS-3 next year? Okay, maybe. Probably not. I mean, the way that most... I say this at Comma a lot. I'm like, look, the way that accidents happen isn't the first time you're out testing being really careful. The way that accidents happen is after you get lazy and you stop following the checklist and you start saying, we don't need to deal with that. What are the odds there's going to be a pandemic, right? So what are the odds there's going to be a pandemic? No matter what happens with coronavirus, is going to be very high for the next 10 years. So we're going to be well prepared for the next one, if it happens. Imagine spending billions on a vaccine and the virus suddenly mutates and it's worth nothing. Well, I've learned a lot about how vaccines are made. First off, they seem simple. Like, I think they're simple to make. I think the only hard part is testing them. Right? Like, you know, what this guy's saying, even for like a DNA vaccine, like, yeah, you can make it for 10 grand. Now, does it work? Oh, well, that's going to be $10 million of clinical trials, right? Well, so actually, when I first heard about this, about coronavirus, you know, again, I didn't really look into it. I didn't know that it was SARS, and I thought it was the flu, and I thought back to the last pandemic of my lifetime. Who remembers the great swine flu pandemic, right? You know, swine flu. Oh, I mean, I remember this. 2009. I was a Google intern at the time. They shut Google down because one person tested positive for swine flu. Swine flu killed 18,000 people in the world. Of 700 million to 1.4 billion infected. That is literally nothing, right? How many of these deaths were even caused by swine flu at that point? You're talking numbers that are just like, we'll take the middle one there. Like, this is your percent death rate from swine. No, that's not right. Wait, sorry. Billion. That should be an E9. Yeah, that's your percent death rate from swine flu. Who cares? Doesn't the page say 150K fatalities? According to the WHO, the confirmed death toll is more than 18,000. The Spanish flu pandemic was that many. You're reading... I never read patents. And, you know, I'm not infringing shit. I didn't read it. Yeah, they got groups of people to drink cow piss. Yeah, you know what Book of Mormon said the cure for AIDS was, right? Dying with swine flu is winning the lottery of bad luck, and then, like, it's kind of hard, you know, if somebody dies, right, when you're talking numbers that are that small, like, attribution's kind of hard, right? Like, they had swine flu when they died, what does it mean? I saw a very interesting Hacker News comment today. Let's see if I can remember which one it was on. I don't even remember which one it was on. This one. Yeah. The CDC did a terrible job with the test kits. This was before, again, Slate Star Codex is one of the places where I get news, in addition to Hacker News. And he was talking about coronavirus pretty early on. He had a blog post. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, I guess that wasn't even that early, but yeah, I still wasn't taking it very seriously back then because of the swine flu stuff. But this is interesting. These problems are not due to an administration. The rot of American institutions is deep. The competence and coherence of the entire American civil service and civil life has fallen precipitously in the last 20 years. And in part because of the irrational fixation on this administration, people can't wrap their heads around the problem as in personnel and structure. The CDC botched the development and rollout of a pretty simple PCR assay. America's about to have the number one case. America, pretty much no matter what happens, we're going to be the number one country infected with this. It's not going to take us long to pass China and Italy because China has the epidemic under control, and we just have 5x more people than Italy does. The CDC and FDA were in territorial pissing matches with each other about test regulations. The FDA has hindered the effective deployment of tests and therapies at every turn. The entire journalistic chattering class was lecturing the American public no more than 2 weeks ago about how overreacting to the virus or calling it the wrong name was more dangerous than the virus itself. They didn't mean overreacting like shutting down the economy. They meant not referring it to they didn't want to call it the Chinese virus, right? It came from China, right? It doesn't matter what you call it, but who the hell cares? The American economy spent the last 3 decades moving every single manufacturing facility and shredded know-how that could make these things to save a few pennies and wasn't stopped by the government. And now we've learned when Congress was given an accurate assessment of the pandemic threat months ago, they chose to sell their private stocks. This crisis is not going to result in a happy little visionless to-do list for the future bureaucrats to improve upon. It is deepening the American people's awareness that the entire bureaucracy and elite class have been shown wanting and must be replaced in their entirety by massive reform of the federal civil service. Usually I see anything political on Hacker News and I'm like, I don't care. They're all morons. They're all chattering morons. About this and this and this. And they're repeating talking points. Who's saying that, right? Not the deep state. There's no conspiracy. It's unbelievable how dysfunctional this all is. Look, if I was George Hotz, 2028, 2032, when am I 35? Let me figure that out. This is the most political I've ever got on these rants. I can't believe that we don't separate a policy decision from a question about information, right? Or even like a policy decision from what we want to accomplish. This is the most basic way you make any decisions in the world. You say you don't make a decision. You first talk about what you want to accomplish, and then you talk about the most effective decision to get there. This is rationality 101. And I don't think rationality is a way to live life. Rationality is not a way. Some people take rationality to practically a religion, and I don't agree with that. But if you're making decisions that affect millions and millions of people, you better start using rationality. And I don't see them doing it. And maybe this is a cultural problem, but the fact that leaders can't say, well, you know what? How long's the lockdown going to last? You have some people saying forever. You have Trump saying it's going to be over at Easter. Why is it going to be over at Easter, right? Can you talk about like your input into the decision-making process? Could the rhetoric go up a level? I don't know. But also, there's a really, I saw this today. Kinsa Smart Thermometer. This was cute. Here we go. Like, this is where they're showing an atypical amount of fever. We have so much data today. How do we not have this data? How come we aren't testing for way more things? Let's look into how the test works. I know they're using reverse transcriptase to turn the RNA back into DNA. And then they PCR it. Okay, what? I just clicked a news link. I didn't think it was news. Maybe Wikipedia? Yeah, so reverse transcription, polymerase chain reaction. Oh, that's cool. They're putting the reverse transcription. Is it like one thing they do it in? But then what do they do? Clinical grade, it looks for the E gene shared by all beta coronaviruses. Oh, the E gene, we know the E gene. Oh, that's so cool. The E gene is the envelope protein. So that's one of them that's tested for. Looks for the E gene and the RDRP gene. Oh, I don't like when they don't get the capitalization right. Like, is it RDRP with a capital P? No, we're gonna go with a lowercase p. Oh, and we gotta do research into remdesivir in a minute. Great, it's an ad website. New product, COVID-19. Korea's awesome, man. I love this. Oh, if this was some US company, it would be such a circle jerk, feel good bullshit. Wait, is this a picture? This is just an image. View. I've played a lot of Korean CT apps, and this looks completely like a website from those Korean CT apps. That's so cool, though. That's so cool. Oh, in America, oh my God, if this was some American company, you'd get some bullshit paragraph about coronavirus is a serious public health threat, and we're doing everything we can. Who cares, man? What does the fucking test do? There's an interview on NPR. I listened to this about 10 years ago, and this is before must have been more than 10 years ago, because before I went to China. And the interview basically went like this. It was like, well, it was in Malaysia, and there was a Chinese natural gas harvesting plant, and it was a U.S. reporter speaking to the Chinese spokesperson for the company. And the US reporter, the framing of the story was, look at all these poor rural Malaysians who don't have clean water, who don't have power, who don't have food. And then look at all the people in the little city the Chinese built for the power plant where they had electricity and food and water. He's like, well, you know, the woman, don't you think it's unfair? Don't you think your company should do more to help the people in Malaysia who you're here in their country? And the Chinese woman said the following: if they have a problem with their electricity or their water, they can take that up with their government. We made a deal with their government to lease this land. Their problems should be taken up with their authorities, not with us. We're here, we're a for-profit company. And the clarity in that response, can you imagine the circle jerk from some US company? Well, you know, I just want to highlight the fact that we donated 200 million balloons to kids at parties where they couldn't afford a clown. Yeah. Years before I was aware of any of what was happening, I heard this and I'm like, damn. All right. I really want to stay away from the political rants. Yeah, it seems like there's two types of antibodies that seems to match SARS, and then this steroid thing seems to say that the people with SARS shouldn't have been treated with steroids, but I think they just do that for lung infections. Suppress lung inflammation, but also inhibit immune responses in pathogen. I was in Kuala Lumpur almost a year and a half ago now. Yeah, it's awesome. I went on a bunch of dates there with Malaysian girls, and they love capitalism. They love all of the malls, and it was wild to see. I will click that only because I'm curious what the FDA is saying, but I get everything I need to know from the... Oh. The primers and probes for detection... Oh, okay. So I see what they're doing here, and I remember kind of where that rant was going. What I would do is, like, DNA sequencing should be cheap enough that when we get these tests, instead of just getting a primer and firing the primer off to detect that one thing, why don't we sequence it all? Why don't we start sequencing everything? You know? Man, should I start a bot? This has made me start thinking, man. I'm going to start Theranos, but not a scam, you know? I'm going to start the non-scam Theranos. And drop of blood, shit, what do I need blood for? I'm not going to do any of those tests. I'm just going to do sequencing, a scale. We're drinking coffee. Not a scam Theranos. What do you think? Nanopore Tech Products Minion. Theranos was never a scam. Come to KL. I really liked my time there. I rented a beautiful apartment. It was like a couple blocks from the Petronas Towers, 54th story. How much? I want one. Also, this. Can I buy one? Why don't they tell me the price? I mean, what country code is that? British? Where's the buy now link? Wait. Is this a... If I can buy one of these right now for talk to fucking sales. Complete portable device. Wait. Simply by paying a starter pack fee of $1,000 bucks. All right. Oh, never mind. I was giving these people shit. This is actually really good. I'll get rid of the workshop. To nanopore sequencing. This is incredible. Okay, what's the scam? What's the scam? You need special cartridges. No, like every time I get sick, I want to swab myself and I want to sequence what's ever inside me. You know, I have chronic sore throats. Every 2 months I have a sore throat. My personal theory is I have some retrovirus. Some like obscure retrovirus that nobody cares about because it's not really like, they're just minor annoyances. But I'd love to know what it is. What's a flow cell? All right, let's learn more about this thing. Direct sequencing of native DNA and RNA? Well, I have to extract the DNA first, right? I can't just, it's not like I could pull blood out. I have to do like a... I need to buy these consumables, let's say. Okay, it's a little expensive. Oh, the wash kit. Want to wash flow cells. How many times can I wash them? Wait, so okay, if I buy the starter kit, I will buy this on stream. No. We got to do a little bit more research first, but USB. Each consumable flow cell now generates as much as 30 GBs of DNA sequence data. Yo, should we set up bootleg coronavirus tests? Jibbies. guys know Jibby, right? Jibby. Oh, that sounds so pleasing right now.
This video is sponsored by Audible. You can go to audible.com/GB, or you can
It's not
text
sexual, man.
GIBI to 500
It's just
500.
so
Start your
pleasant.
30-day Audible membership right now.
Wait, she's not a
And get
porn
your
star?
first audiobook and 2 free Audible originals completely free. Audible members get to do this every single month. You get that free audiobook of your choice and 2 free Audible originals. And if you don't pick one month, your credits roll over, which is really great. So I really love using Audible because I'm kind of a multitasker. So I tend to listen to audiobooks either when I'm driving or if I'm like getting ready.
Alright. Real distractions. Wait, this includes 2 flow cells, but aren't flow cells $900? And this includes 2. Oh, they're starter pack flow cells. They're like starter ink. You know about starter ink? We bought a printer and it comes with starter ink. And then all the cartridges now have insane DRM on them. It's amazing. Wait, but this is this crap again. Can they tell me how it works? Alright, let's find a review. Paradigm shifting device. What are these things? Is it protein? Whatever it is, it's only in there. Useless. Oh, and that PCR, did I get it? Spot on flow cells were received with poor counts. How does this technology work? Huh. Wait, then why doesn't all DNA sequencing do this? 3rd generation approached. I didn't know this worked. Like, I heard about this back in the day. I didn't know any company actually got it to work. Wait, but then I don't understand why it's still... Maybe just sequencing is just so cheap. Is this what people are using? I know sequencing's gotten cheap, but okay. How come there's no Well, let's go back to that Nature article. That was pretty good. Where'd that Nature article go? I'm so bad at managing tabs. Here we go. No, 23andMe is just gonna. They don't even sequence the whole thing. I think they just do a set of primers. I remember back in the day, so Larry's wife did 23andMe, and she came to speak at Google, and they were offering free testing to everyone there. They were handing out kits. I took one, and I thought about sending it in, but then I was like, well, if I ever want to become a serial killer, this is going to severely limit my career potential, because 23andMe will get subpoenaed for the DNA data. I just don't want to close any doors, Hey, is this an ad? Next generation sequencing platforms. Are there other ones? What tech are they using? Single molecule real time. This is amazing. Didn't I look these up on eBay? This is sign in to see pricing. This is going to be where I'm going to have to make a fake lab again. Direct sequencing of nucleic acids allowing DNA modification detection. This is amazing, because you can just you don't have to amplify it. Alright, methods. What do I have to do before preparation? Here we go. Platform QC script. Flow cells are replaced with their packaging and stored at 4 degrees C until use. These things almost seem like they're alive. Alright, so put them in my freezer. Isolate. So wait, there's gonna be people on YouTube using these things. Yo, guys, if this is real, we live in the future. No, that's not what I want. Google, why aren't you case sensitive?
So the flow cell comes in this pack. It should be equalized to room temperature, and then remove slowly cover. Take out flow cell. This should be removed from the cooling apparatus, and the flow cell should be gradually put in this angle, so it will fit inside. Now we connect the USB cable. When the flow cell is inside, it should be recognized by the Immune software. Lights are on, the Immune flow cell is connected. First we check the hardware, start test. Now all the details are recognized here. We click available, and we check the flows. Start test.
How'd the test do? Oh, pipetting. I'd enjoy bio so much more if I didn't have to do any pipetting. Oh, she's talking. I can't hear her. Oh, I have to do PCR?
This is the record of the available.
Can I buy a cheap thermocycler?
Please, 800 here we have
Machines without the cold undergrads.
put the brief.
Yeah, I'm starting to college. That's what the church actually is. No, but seriously, is there not a machine that does the pipetting? Just use sous vide. eBay thermocycler. Yeah, I have to stick it in the centrifuge. Yeah, I've seen Thought Emporium. I gotta read them all. I gotta watch all those videos. Yo, it's pretty nice. Yeah, good. I've seen those same tubies. But it needs a controller. Oh, I see. Well, these aren't even that expensive. Should we have the bio division of Comma AI? Should we open a bio division? And then I don't have to pay for any of this shit? Yo, Comma Bio. I'm not gonna name cheap it on here because I'm gonna actually go buy that. The bio division. Should we open the bio division? I gotta go to the bathroom and then I'm getting a clementine. I'm gonna peel a clementine. I'm gonna eat it. It's gonna be nice. Never really. I was thinking about starting Naviscan Theranos today. I gotta kind of say Backspace AI also. I don't know about the future of Backspace. Math is hard. Bio, on the other hand, looks easy. You see me trying to do math, I'm not as good at it. Like, I wash my hands. I wash my hands. I could also pull a lot of the same tricks. Like, in a way, self-driving cars are a really regulated space, and Comma pulled a bunch of tricks. I think I can pull a lot of the same tricks in bio. Like, wow. If we have at-home DNA sequencing, how many people right now would pay $1,000 for a coronavirus test? Probably a lot. Right? If there was some simple thing to add to that. If it was repeatable, yeah, of course it's repeatable, yeah. Like I'm saying like an at-home coronavirus test machine. I mean, I would. No, it's not like one test. I'm saying like you can test yourself every morning. Serial killer bit makes more sense. No. You know, I'm older now. I'm 30. When I was 18, like I didn't know what I wanted to be when I was gonna grow up. Like maybe I did want to be a serial killer. I don't know. I considered it. I'm older now. I don't think I want to be a serial killer. When are you gonna tell the FBI that I've decided I don't want to be a serial killer? Would it scare them that I considered it? Or the truth is, you've all considered it. I'm just the one who would say it. No, Lex Friedman did a Corona video?
The coronavirus pandemic is a global crisis, but I think it's also a moment that unites us, that gives us an opportunity to show the strength of our community, to be compassionate to our fellow human beings, and to work hard to fight this thing. And I think we will, and I think we'll beat it. So I wanted to make a video.
I'm not going to watch this whole thing on stream, but when I'm done streaming, I'm so excited to watch this. Yo, Lex Friedman 2020. Could we give this guy the Democrat nomination? What a leader, man. Yeah, but he's a good thinker, you know? These are the kind of people we need in U.S. civil service. Eric Weinstein, too, yeah. I know, I gotta watch Eric Weinstein. All right. Note to self. I'm gonna watch Eric Weinstein, and I'm gonna watch that Lex Friedman coronavirus thing. Yeah, can we stop, putting people in U.S., can we get everyone out of the government who doesn't know how to code? I tried to get into One Punch Man, I couldn't. I didn't say anything about Peter Thiel. All right. No authoritarian shit. Let's educate the voters, right? What's the difference? You know what I mean? You gotta be. You know how you gotta be able to speak. I hope you at least that you gotta be able to speak English. You know, do we translate the Congress yet? Oh, Lex wasn't born in the U.S. He was born in Russia. Earn It Act, George. You need to look into this. Next Putin? Who's the next Putin? I wouldn't want Snowden for president. I want to... You know what? I take back what I said about the coding. That's too mean. I would like to see them, like... How about... You know what? It's not coding. The actual test that I want is, do they know what the scientific method is? Yeah. That's the actual test I want. Like, no, all right, never mind. Wow, this stream was way too damn political. Vladimir Putin's a KGB thug, man. Look up the Earn It Act. No, I'm definitely not. The last thing I care about is anything that Congress is doing. Did I offend someone by saying Putin is a KGB thug? I think if I said that to Putin, he'd be like, yeah. Wait. Let me confirm that what I'm saying is accurate. Putin worked as a KGB foreign intelligence officer for 16 years. I mean, it's not an insult, it's just true. Prometheon, Gridiron. Wait a second. Is this for people who can't do math? Do you guys see what I see? Well, I can get one Minion for $1,000, or I can get a Gridiron for $50,000, which can do 5 Minions. I think with 5 Minions and a roll of duct tape, I can build a Gridiron for just $5,005. No, I think this one is just cheap because they want a lot of people to buy them. I think it's like subsidized. And then the enhanced. How much is that? One direct. Oh, it just includes one of these, I say. Select one kit. Genomic DNA. Direct RNA sequencing kit. That seems nice. It comes with 2 flow cells already. Wait. It comes with 2 flow cells. But flow cells are $900. This is a lot of people who are not doing math. I don't think they're on Craigslist. We can check eBay. I'm gonna get more minion shit. Minions. Minions must have... It's a book. Alright, wait, I got distracted. We had a whole lot of things we were gonna look up. And then I've gotten distracted so much. Here we were on the CDC test. All right, let's pop back down the stack. Was texted from the viral nuclear capsid gene. So let's just let's add some notes about tests. USA. Korea. Where's that great South Korean website? Oh yes, if you haven't started my repo, please start my repo. How are my stars going? Wow, I have so many stars! Yo! So I think I understand this. Let's just say, so reverse transcriptase polymer chain reaction is a laboratory technique combining reverse transcription of RNA into DNA and then amplifying of specific DNA targets. Oh. I mean, I guess they're just using, the primers. I don't know about the probes, but they just use the primer from... My understanding in PCR is I need a primer, or at least I can use a primer to selectively amplify certain DNA. So I just put the primers in, and then I see how much DNA I end up with, and I can do that on like a gel or something. Is that how the test works? RT-PCR premix, primer probe mix. Power check. Alright, how do I use the test? Maybe the FDA one goes into it more? RNA isolated and purify from upper and lower respiratory fractions. That's why they have to shove that thingy down. It's reverse transcribed and subsequently amplified. And in an official FDA report, of course, we have to give a shout out to our sponsor, Applied Biosystems. It's thanks to their grant money that the lobbyists were brought into Washington who made my job possible. Probe anneals to a specific target sequence located between the forward and reverse. Okay. So, yeah, they have the forward and reverse primers that they're mixing in. It's interesting that why does the premix not include the primer and probe mix? I don't understand why they can't all be mixed together. RT-PCR is used to measure the amount of a specific RNA. I don't think it's being used to measure the amount. I think you pretty much throw that away once you, it's just the presence, right? Because PCR, you're not gonna... Well, actually, you know pretty well, right? Based on how many times I run the thermocycler, don't they, like, just replicate once each thermocycle? I don't know. These are basics that I should know, but I don't. Extract HSC RNA. Human specimen control. Oh, is this like the control? Non-infectious cultured human cell material. Should yield a positive result with the RP primer and negative results with the NCOV. Okay, that makes sense. Wow. This is a pretty solid sounding test. I mean, they're really putting a lot of effort into this when the doctors who are doing the swabbing probably. I don't know about that. Oh, look, here, it shows me how to use the software. Brought to you by Applied Biosystems 1500 Fast DX. How much is one of these? Oh, request a quote. Can I buy one on eBay? Temperature verification kit. Oh. All right. Can I buy these reagents? I'm starting an illegal coronavirus test lab. Where do I get the primers? FDA, I'm joking. Hey man, hey, we're on lockdown. You know, you're really sending essential personnel to come out and raid my illegal biology lab? Wait, this is so pathetic that we can't test way more. Like, anyone who has one of these machines can do this test. This is like a normal test. Why is our testing so... Alright, how do I make buy primers online? Not piston primers. Wait, don't I have to type in the sequence I want? Yeah, custom primers. It says I order now. Enter my... Yo, this shit's sick. Enter my sequence. So I can just go grab the sequence and just type it in there. Oh. How much of this stuff do I get? Only 6k PMOLs. That doesn't seem like a lot of PMOLs. Is that a lot of PMOLs? I don't know. How many PMOLs is in the FDA test kit? Materials required. Oh, NMOLs. Wait. So a PMOL. So that's only 6. The fuck? This is such a ripoff. First off, why is it 20k PMOLs? Why don't they just measure it in NMOLs? But if I just want to buy one of these primers, it's that much. Man. Picomoles? The fuck, man? A mole's not even that much. If you have like 1 mole of hydrogen, that's like a normal people amount of hydrogen. Picomole. Why tell you guys about later food? It's a rice from 2 days ago. It's good. Crunchy. Small Pharma, I like that name. You know, why do we say big pharma, but we don't say like big other things, you know? Yeah, but how come there's no like big laptop. Big Pimo. Yo, no, this is such a ripoff, man. All I get is fucking Pimos. Replicating. Wait, like. If I buy one. No, but if I buy one probe, how do I. How do I. Wow. I'm gonna eat more rice. Yep, colon. What? Big celery. What do you mean you lost? I don't get it. It needs RNA primers, I think. CDC will maintain. Ooh. Okay, well, one of the websites is broken. Biosearch. Products. Oh, get order today. Perfect. Whoa. I can get enough for 1,000. I assume that's reactions. 23 cents per reaction. Order now. Hi there. It looks like you're new. I'm in America. Okay, well, I'm going to be buying some of those. Oh, well, if I buy the probe and primer kits, it's into a single assay. Manuals and user guides. Oh, shit, look, it tells you the stuff. Oh, that's amazing. Yo, I'm buying some of this. I'm buying a PCR machine, and I'm going to do illegal coronavirus tests. Just kidding, FDA. I'm going to do coronavirus tests on myself, which I won't use to make any medical diagnosis. Is that legal? Is nCoV 3 included for free? Do I get this one for free? Well, let's see what they're testing for, because this is cool. Documentation. Oh. take a look. No. Where's my Corona? It's a good time for tab closing anyway. Alright, so I'm gonna have to buy one of these machines? No, I'm not buying that rip-off one. I'm gonna buy a cheap one. Because we don't have to follow FDA rules here at my small pharma lab. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to just... No. So they're testing, they said on the N protein? So I should be able to find the sequence. Oh, no, that's not right. I'll find it in here. Yeah, boom, look, my coronavirus has coronavirus. Does my SARS have coronavirus? My SARS does not have coronavirus. See, guys, I just did an illegal coronavirus test. I tested my coronavirus to see if it had coronavirus. Turns out it does. Oh, that's interesting. SARS does have this one. So this test works for SARS too. But you only get this one positive and you don't get this one positive. Let's just see if my... Let's make sure my coronavirus doesn't have this. It does not. Does it have this? It does have this. Does my SARS have this? No. Wild. Alright, let's go. And are they, is it actually in the nucleocapsid phosphoprotein? Yes, it is. Oh, that's so cool, man. I love when you can just like do things and they come together like it. I'm using Spectacle. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're gonna definitely buy some of that. And then what else do we, well, let's, is there a thing that tells me how to use it? No, well now I have, oh, here we go. Emergency use authorizations. Date of manufacture, oh, that's some fresh test. Are they actually gonna let me buy that for only $230? It's not exciting, guys. I'm running git commit and git push so you guys can see it. I'm gonna make sure I formatted it okay. Why is GitHub slow? That's kind of ugly. Whatever. I wrote this stuff today. All right, let's read the FDA guidelines about how I'm going to perform illegal tests. Coronavirus tests while you wait. Have a seat. Principles required but not provided. Positive control. Well, no one's given me a positive control anytime soon, so I don't need those. Oh, I have to buy some of this too. Oh my god! I don't have that kind of money. Yo, we're just small pharma over here, you know? It's just small pharma. Does this website sell them? I bet you this website sells things at reasonable prices. qPCR adhesive seal? Well, I don't even know what that is. Probe and primer kits. Primers and probes. Human specimen control. No, I don't need that. I'm a human specimen without coronavirus. I could just do it myself. Oh no, I need to do RNA extraction. I like this company. Do they make it? BioSearch Technologies. PCR kits and reagents. Ah, yes. What's qPCR? What's the Q stand for? Quantitative polymerase chain reaction. Someone told them they should use more numbers. PCR master mix. Oh. Rapid DX Fire. I like the branding. It sounds cool. I'm inside North America, of course. I'm not trying to violate any export regulations. 1 fucking milliliter. This isn't even RT-qPCR. Total nucleic acid kit. Quiagen. How much is this thing? For isolation of viral RNA from cell-free body fluids. Well, I would need this if I wanted to use... the nanopore thing. I mean, I assume I'd have to isolate the viral DNA. Sequence RNA molecules directly. I assume I still have to extract it no matter what. So I have to buy one of these. Mini kit. Okay, that's not too bad. That thingy to do PCR is really expensive, and I don't think I'd need that as well. So if I just buy one of these things and one of these things, I can do coronavirus tests, and I wouldn't even need any primers and probes and any PCR shit, because the mini ion starter kit says I don't need PCR. Direct RNA sequencing kit. I need 500 nanograms of RNA. That doesn't seem like much. Seems like little. I learned bio in it didn't take too many days, man. It's all easy shit. Bio's easy. Math, on the other hand, you'll spend your whole life trying to learn math and you'll never know any math. I wonder if it's because math is actually hard and bio's actually easy, or just like my mind works well for this and my mind doesn't work well for math. I don't know. Math is hard, yeah. Dermium, what are these? Chai bio? What kind of sketch test kit is this? Open qPCR? Wait. This thing seems great. Open qPCR. Ships A-phone forever. Environmental test kit, 16 swabs and needed supplies. Swabbing one step RNA extracted. FAM and hex fluorophores. I gotta learn what these things are. I guess that's on the probes? Well, let's look into that. Do the probes have... what's a fluorophore? Yeah. So I assume the probe is tagged with a fluorophore? NMOL. Each assay contains one probe and two primers. Oh. Yeah, so that's the assays, and there's like 4 assays included. I get it. How much are these things? Whoa. This is so cool. Supported probes. Okay, well let's just go back to how we were working through this because this was helpful. So we need RT-qPCR master mix. Here we go. I still don't exactly get how this one's including that. But, wait, which one should I buy? TACpath one step. Yeah, well, I can do 2,000 reactions if I buy that one. But I can save $1,000 labeled for laboratory use. Is this one of the shitty websites where I have to put a fake lab in? It's Thermo Fisher. Yo, actually, yeah, this one time I remember I bought DMSO. I was trying to make printable. I wanted to print circuit boards on transparency paper. And I tried to make conductive liquids, and I bought chemicals from one of these websites. And I got like lab catalogs forever sent to my parents' house. What? Is this website broken? Oh, your price. Oh, I see. Oh. Price discrimination, fuckers. Change owns and rocks die. Labeled for laboratory use. That's why it costs 10x too much. They make you take an IAT? What's an IAT? Is that what you meant? That's funny. C. Regger. I don't think we're gonna cure coronavirus on this stream. We're gonna have a good time, man. Are we not having a good time? I think we're having a good time. I'm having a good time. This is good coffee, you know. We're having a good time. Tonight's a good stream. We learned so much tonight. I'm buying a nanopore sequencer. I'm buying a PCR machine. I'm setting up my... Yeah, right, we're having a blast. There you go. Oh, you know what else I learned about today? Remember why you guys were saying why there were A's at the end of the thing? I learned that today. No, useless 3' and RNA. Messenger RNA has a bunch of A's at the end. Here we go. The poly A addition site. The poly A tail, that's what it is. Is a long sequence of adenosine nucleotides added to the 3' end, which is the end of the pre-mRNA. Yeah, so that's the buffer overflow right there with the A's at the end. I learned that today, and I wanted to share it with all of you. Let's just see if this is actually all true. Yeah, look at them A's, man. That's the poly A tail, and I bet you in nature the poly A tail is actually longer, because it seems like they say it's longer. But I don't know, maybe they just don't sequence lots of A's. because it's stupid. A poly A tail is added to an RNA at the end of transcription, which would make sense that the virus actually, I bet you it is part of the virus. And the virus just puts it there because the virus pretends to be a messenger RNA in order to get translated. Yeah, look at the A's, man. No, we don't have to use any electrophoresis. I think that's what we just measure these fluorescent proteins. I think that's what the probes do. Actually, we should be able to figure that out. Because fluorophores. So fluorophores are like fluorescent proteins. I think that's what the probe. Probe. Oh, it's FAM. Look, it's FAM based. Oh. Yo, no. Okay. Okay. This is wrong. What I wrote was wrong. Remember where I said the tests were here and here? That's actually not true. So there's 3 tests. With a forward primer and a reverse primer. So we should be able to find the forward primer. And then we're going to have to write a DNA inversion routine to find the reverse primer. Because I assume we're not going to be able to find it. But yeah, all right, we're just going to add something to the library. We're going to call it invert. And, all right. Basic bio, A's bind with. A binds with T, and C binds with G. Okay. So. No, it didn't work. That should have worked, right? Where did that work? I'm not on the Adderall, guys. Can we, you know what I say about the Adderall? You gotta explain to the new people about my thoughts on Adderalls so we don't always get asked that same stupid question. Well, first, okay, can we find the probe is the real question. Yes, we can find the probe. But we should be able to find the reverse one if I invert it. Do A's not bind with T's? According to base pairs, no, A definitely binds with T. If X is A, return T. If X is T, return A. If X is C, return G. If X is G, return C. Join invert. What'd I do wrong? Adderall doesn't make you better at things, it makes you think you are better at things, which is very dangerous. It's like that saying that I always say about security. It's best to be secure and know you're secure. It's second best to be insecure and know you're insecure. But it's the worst to be insecure and know you're secure. Adderall's a recreational drug. It's kind of fun. It's not a performance-enhancing drug. I mean, nobody argues that like alcohol is a performance-enhancing drug, right? It's fun. So yeah, again, no one argues it about alcohol. I've heard some people argue it about weed. And I hear people argue it for Adderall, but why can't I find the reverse primer? Well, we should kind of know where it is. You know what's after the probe? CTC AGATT TCTAA. No, it's not right. Oh. There we go. No shit. Yo, that's so cool that works. That's so cool that works. I guess the invert should do that. My invert function should do that. So if, for those that don't know, in Python, that just flips it around. And of course we have to flip it around if we're inverting it. We can't just change the polarity. Oh, I forgot a. That's all right. Mad bio skills, y'all. Actually, to be pedantic, we should actually also add, to document this correctly, no, not the length of CC find. Okay, it's becoming too much. Who gets my notation? No, it's not right. I want to do. Okay, so this is where we start copying. This is where we end copying, and then that's where we probe. So I can do the same thing for these primers. Oh, I think I was actually already messing that up. No, that's right, sorry. Put my forward primer here, my reverse primer here, and put my probe here. Oh yeah, look at that. All right, so do you understand my, like that's what they're probing for. This middle strain, and then that's what they're replicating using the primers. It's interesting that they think that's not, they probably picked that because they think that's not going to mutate. Yo, let's get Skrelly on board for Not a Scam Theranos. We should let him out early, you know? Yo, don't you love him? We just did like bio, man. Like you probably don't learn it until like junior year of your bioinformatics class. Yeah. I'm a C student in undergraduate biology. No, actually probably that's not true. I don't know. Let's Google a virology exam. These are a lot of words I don't know. All right. I'm a D student. All right, D student. A virus that's incapable of infecting a species has, learn. That's a limited host range. Herpes disease infections belong to this category. Well, I think they're positive strand. I don't know what that is. They're not DNA. I think they're latent. A infectious virus particle. A virus particle is called a viron. This term is still able to live vaccine. This is attenuated. To initially detect virus-infected cells, natural killer cells scan and infect host cells that have well, I don't think it's this. I don't know what that is. Cellular DNA-dependent RNA polymerase. I'm going to go with this because the virus would need positive strand RNA. Oh, what's MHC class 1? Major histocompatibility found on the surface of all decreased expression. Peptide fragments of protein to cytotoxic T cells. Interesting. Display peptide fragments of proteins from within the cell. Oh. That's cool. Good thinking, immune system. About 20% of human cancers are associated with viruses. I'm going to go with PCR. I mean, I don't know. I know that some of them are, like HPV causes cancer, so I'll go with true, but maybe it's like 40 and that's stupid. All right. All viruses have an envelope. Well, I don't know about all viruses, but I know coronaviruses have an envelope. We're going to have to assume they have to stick their DNA somewhere. They make virons, so we'll go with true. Study this one. Okay, some viruses don't have an envelope. No, all viruses I've studied have an envelope. Oh. Have viral envelopes at their outer layer. Non-enveloped examples. Oh, okay, like herpes isn't gonna. Alright, that makes sense. No, wait, herpes has an envelope? But it's just like, it's a retrovirus, so it just goes into your DNA. I guess the virons do. Oh, so HPV doesn't have an envelope. Okay, good to know. Natural host cells, they have decreased expression of MHS class 1. You asked me that already. All viruses have an envelope. No, you asked me that already. Oh, I'm killing it, bro. Alright, let's do more. Let's keep playing. Got it. What? Benign tumor. Oh. Cellular genes that promote the normal division and growth of cells. I mean, this is true and this is also true. During the eclipse phase? What is this, some like monthly shit? What stage of the virus cycle occurs during the eclipse phase? I'm going to go with uncoding, only because these two don't make any sense, and I mean, it could be incubation as well. I'll go with uncoding. Yeah, okay, cool. Herpes virus infections belong to this category of disease pattern. Retrovirus? A latent infection. Oh, damn. Okay, same thing. Is A capable of infecting a single species? I don't know. Oh, these were the same stupid questions. Oh. Tamiflu blocks the... Well, release is the only one that makes sense there. But let's understand that. I don't like the ones where they don't give you multiple choice, because it's like you can answer anything for a lot of these questions. All right. Well, who thinks I'm ready to take a virology exam? Let's see. How many of these words do I know? Okay, so we have negative sense strand RNA. I wonder what flips it around. Wow, virology is so cool, man. No, I never have time to watch all these videos. Seems useful. Concept behind modern virology discovered a tobacco mosaic virus that is in effect a tobacco plant. Positive sense single-stranded RNA virus, just like coronavirus. Incorporated into battery electrodes? Crazy. What's the hardest thing I've tried to learn? Math. You said what? Wait. Actually, that's an interesting point. Wait, this is something I just don't understand about coronavirus. So this replicase complex is going to make negative sense. How do I turn that back into positive sense? The RNA strand complementary to the given RNA template. So it's a positive sense virus. But wait, I don't understand then. What is turning the negative sense copies into positive sense? Oh. Does it just do it twice? Yeah, it just does another round. Damn, I see. I love that. I love that you can just think this stuff through, right? Like in math, you're like, damn, I don't know. But like this is so thinkable. All right. President of the discovery of viruses. Infectious agent composed of a nucleic acid, a protein shell capsid. Oh, okay, capsids. We have those. So nucleocapsid. You'll see it's down there. In some cases, a lipid envelope. Oh, so they all have these things. Virons have full capacity for replication. The protein coat that surrounds the viral nucleic acid. This is composed of repeating proteins called capsomeres. Yeah, that's right. A nucleocapsid. Oh. The complete protein nucleic acid complex. It's interesting that they call that the nucleocapsid phosphoprotein. Hang on, I'll put this somewhere you can see it. I'm just looking. This is my like reverse engineering coronavirus. So that includes, why do they call it that if what's a phosphoprotein? Protein that contains phosphorus. Post-translationally modified. Oh, I think one of the thingies does that. Something adds the phosphorus. Okay. Is that a quick... Does anyone know what adds the phosphorus? Kinase would add it. Do I have any kinases, or does it use the bodies? Which kinase do I use? Yeah, this is published. All I wrote was that. I'll add it in the description. No, adding it in the description is too much effort. I'll just link it here. Did we invent a vaccine yet? No. But today, if I got infected with coronavirus, I would take hydroxychloroquine and zinc. I would take it as soon as I could get it. And I already have zinc. Again, I'm not a doctor. Don't take my advice. I'm just saying what I would do. You can buy this. Actually, I should kind of figure out how to buy some. It's a prescription-only medication. Yeah. Are we gonna run out? You can buy this, you know, if I could go 20 miles that way and I could buy this. Okay. The guy who killed himself drank fish tank cleaner. I'm sure if I took these pills twice a day, I'd be fine. Don't be an idiot on dosing, you know? But again, like, I don't know, like, anyone who does drugs knows that. Drugs. Teaching a whole generation of American kids the metric system. Xanax and Plaquenil. Oh, like, come on, you learn this on, like, heroin and stuff, right? About dosing? Oh, and this was a great victory today as well. We found the probes and stuff. We know how the tests work. That was a great victory today. Where was I? Oh, I was reading. We're gonna have to learn about kinases. Satellite defective viruses. Hepatitis Delta requires Hep B. Viroids are the smallest known autonomously replicating molecules. Whoa. Look how tiny they are. Yo, all right. I just had a really freaky thought. Right now in my body, millions of cells are making these RNAs. You know, they're making RNAs for everything, to make all the proteins. Good thing they don't get too many of them wrong. Like, what if they mess up, you know? Yo, no, think about this too. Like, I think of myself as a computer, right? But is that only because I study computers? If I start reading about biology, am I going to think of myself as a biological thing? And then, is this a good thing or a bad thing for me? I don't know. Like, is this, I mean, I guess everyone already, like, you guys saw, like, I've been washing my hands for at least 10 seconds now instead of 2. Is this behavior going to stay? Or am I going to forget about this? I know biological thing, but like you can think about yourself at all different layers of abstraction. I did wash my hands, bro. Prions are not viruses. Yeah, prions are. We know about prions. We're not studying them. We're studying virology. Viral classification has been confusing and off-changed. The hepatitis viruses, I guess I don't know why. Type of RNA or DNA, single-stranded or double-stranded. There's no double-stranded RNA, is there? Capsid symmetry. Icosahedral or helical? Oh, let's just take a quick look, just because I just want to answer those questions before about these other human coronaviruses. What does the DNA of them look like? Oh, it looks very similar. Wait, this is cool. Guys, remember when I said that the coronavirus was SARS? It's also kind of just a common cold. Wait, what percent of colds are what? And if I recall correctly, only 10% of people on the cruise ship became symptomatic. "20% of colds are these other coronaviruses." They look similar. I mean, look, here's your replication machine, right? Here's ORF1A, here's ORF1B. Replicates polyprotein. This is the spike protein. Does this target ACE2 as well? Binds to the APN receptor. Okay, it doesn't target ACE2, it targets something else. Oh, this one targets even something else. Wait, and then just let's make sure. Let me make sure my corona. This is an interesting area of research. Let me make sure the rest of my coronavirus fits. So this is going to be, all right, it gets a little bit different here. Membrane protein and then nucleocapsid protein. Maybe not a phosphoprotein. Oh wow, this one's even simpler. I like that because we can study it because it's simpler. Wait. Whatever cure works for the coronavirus probably also works for this. How have we not cured the cold? How do we get colds? How are we okay with this? Like, if we could just figure out how to stop the stupid RNA shit. Can I see the breakdown of this protein better? I hate Blast. Every time I do this, I get like just crap. It's gonna work? Probably not. Why do I have to search for it? I put in the exact name of the protein. Blast genomic. Okay. Maybe everyone's doing coronavirus research. Maybe that's why it's overloaded. You can get a vaccine every year? Yeah, but like, why don't we cure everything? Well, some things are hard to cure, right? How do you cure Alzheimer's? Oh, I have no idea, right? How do you cure heart disease? Again, difficult. And like, the reason, Alzheimer and heart disease are so hard to cure, I think cancer is easier than both of those, but like, humans don't fight off Alzheimer's or heart disease, right? Like you get them and, body can't really fight them. Cure aging, that's all really hard, but the cold, this shit, it seems like we could actually cure. You know what, bro? I don't know. Maybe there's not money in it. Because it doesn't seem that hard. But like, it doesn't like bother people enough. I don't know how much economic productivity is lost to colds. Why is the cold different from heart disease or Alzheimer's? Because you get a cold and your body fights it. And then you don't have a cold anymore. Cancer is even easier than Alzheimer's and heart disease, because like your body has good mechanisms for fighting cancer. If it didn't, several of my relatives have gotten cancer and are now okay. You can target the tumor, and modern medicine saves them. So like, cancer treatment's actually pretty good. Probably not worth the effort to cure every cold. Your body fights Alzheimer's? Who got Alzheimer's and then didn't have Alzheimer's anymore? Heart disease is just... imagine you had a bunch of tubes and a pump running for 80 years. Herpes, I don't know, like, so a few things are very confusing about herpes, right? So HSV2, allegedly 1 in 4 people have. What percent know they have it? And then herpes 1, like 90% of the population has. Why don't the other 10% have it? Like, why isn't herpes more widespread in a way? And then also, are the effects actually that bad? I like, how would you find this out, right? Like, you can go online and you can read some horror stories about herpes, and then other people, like, clearly a lot of people have this and never talk about it. So, who knows? Yeah, you know what? I don't think you're all gonna go in the chat and admit it, but 1 in 4 of you have genital herpes. Right? Like, is it terrible? Is simplex 2 terrible? 1 in 3 of it. I'm sure I have HPV. You can't test for that one. The one time I got tested for herpes, I was negative for both of them, which was kind of interesting. But then, like, that test also, it's an antibody test, which apparently, if you're having an outbreak, they do sequencing on it. I got tested. I did a full panel STD test at one point in my life, and now I just do the porn star one. Good enough. Gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, HIV 1 and 2. No, if no outbreak, there's an antibody test for it. There's definitely an antibody test for herpes. When you say full panel, you mean like including herpes and including, I think they do like trichomoniasis, and there's apparently a test for HPV in women, but not in men. Talent testing service. Oh, is this for like porn? Yeah, they don't do herpes. It's like, yeah, how much point is there to testing for it? I think that's the porn logic on it. What is this? Hep B. What's this? Hep C. Trepshore EIA. Oh, syphilis. Oh, they do 2 syphilis tests. Huh. That's cool. Chewing ice is the cure for herpes. Let's go post it on icechewing.com. You got Hep C from a bad dope rig? I'm not that familiar with my hepatitis viruses. Huh. How do these work? Yo, you like hear about these viruses. Now I can like break viruses down into different categories. Hepatitis C virus. Positive single-stranded strands RNA virus. How many base pairs is it? Everything's so much smaller. These coronaviruses are huge. You could fit 3 Hep C's in one coronavirus. hands for at least 15 seconds that time, guys. You know what I'm gonna do? One of these times, I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna buy one of those 10-panel drug tests, and I'm gonna do it on stream right in front of you guys. Right now, I took an edible a week and a half ago. So I don't know if that would test me positive for weed. And I'm pretty sure, I don't even think I've taken Adderall, maybe a couple months ago. Small dose. But I'm sure that wouldn't show up. I'm gonna take a drug test on stream. See what the detection window is. Yeah, I would test negative for all of these. I take Adderall occasionally recreationally. That's it. Methaqualone? What is this? I don't even know. Are these Quaaludes? Quaaludes, man. Yeah, I wish I knew where to get a Quaalude. This is PCP? What's this? Darvin? I don't even know this one. Thoughts on psychedelics? What do they say about psychedelics? Turn on, tune in, but once you get the message, tune out. Psychedelics show you some cool stuff. I don't think they show you truths about the universe. I think they show you truths about yourself. And they're cool. They're good to know. And it can be fun too. My thoughts are fairly positive on psychedelics. My thoughts are fairly negative on MDMA. My thoughts are quite negative on cocaine, quite negative on benzos. Slightly positive on amphetamines, quite positive on cannabis, and then opioids. Opioids are very nice, but they're bad. So my thoughts are negative overall on opioids. When was my last trip? My last full trip with like a good sized dose was like 2 years ago. I think I've microdosed twice since then. I think like, yeah, the psychedelics, I wouldn't trip more than once a year. Yeah, opioids. There's a Reddit post, I think I've probably talked about this in a previous stream, that I think describes at least my experience with opioids very well. you take it, you take like Oxy or something, and it's not like a wild, doesn't fuck you up. It just makes your day slightly more pleasant. And you wake up the next day and there's no hangover. And you don't feel like you need it, but you're like, oh, I want today to be slightly more pleasant as well. And then, well, 2 months later. I've talked about my druggies before. Thoughts on peyote? Isn't peyote DMT mixed with NMAOI? Oh no, peyote's mescaline. I'm thinking of ayahuasca. I don't know. I've never taken it. I'd be curious to try it. We're looking at these other coronaviruses and seeing, I wonder how much overlap there is. Like, all these people that did, I don't know. And then we know where the immunity sites are. So I wonder, here's an interesting question, right? Are some people already immune? I wonder if someone's done this study, right? So if it's the spike and the nucleocapsid that the immune system is responding to from other coronavirus. Like, my question is, these other human coronaviruses, is it possible that they provide some immunity? I would love to know. I get colds. I got a terrible cold when I was doing the Kamei stuff in Vegas. I was sick for like 7 days. Like that whole time. That last Reason interview, I think I didn't do that great a job on because I really wasn't feeling well. I would really like to know what exactly I was infected with. And if I buy a Quiagen kit and I buy a nanopore minion, I can know. They think O blood type might be immune? Can you link to a paper on that? Guys, that seems like an outbreak of human coronavirus OC3. Ooh, let's add this to the OC3. Seriological. I don't know this word. I think I can guess what it means, but yeah. Respiratory outbreak during which nucleus and serology. A respiratory outbreak during which nucleic acid tests and serology unexpectedly indicated reactivity for SARS. Sarah demonstrated cross-reactivity against nucleocapsid peptide sequences. Ah. Oh, so serological tests are the ones that like the herpes test is serological. Oh, wait, IgG and IgM. Oh, this is, wait, I've seen that before. See, a lot of hacking is just remembering everything you've ever seen ever. It's the same as this shit. IgG and IgM. Whoa. So this is actually really common. This isn't just, I mean, this is true for herpes virus too. But is this called a serological test? Wow, they tell you all these words and like now I know what they mean. I can ground them in a knowledge tree. Let's look up serological tests. Looks at previous, okay, yeah, serology testing. Yeah, they were talking about this. Andrew Cuomo mentioned this. People who test positive, test that they've already had it, can go back to work. Which is, yeah, an interesting idea. What is it? French bullshit. Huh. Wait, so did these people get SARS? What's the date of this paper? 2006. Oh, this is very interesting. Cuomo's okay. I liked his little daily updates. I didn't watch today's. I watched yesterday's, and I think he was talking in a very like reasonable way, you know. Convalescent serology. What time do I sleep? I haven't been drinking coffee. I'm studying biology now. I'm a med student, you know? Do med students sleep? I don't think so. Antibody to N protein. So, seems specifically how similar is the N protein? Wait. This is crazy. How? Google. I don't want the New York Times. I don't want Medical News Today. I don't want PBS. I sure as fuck don't want the Washington Post. Thank you, the CDC. Attributed to excessive cold. All right, let's go back to reading that paper. I like that paper. What's a genotype? I should know this. Like, what do they mean, a new genotype? Anytime that it mutates, it's a new genotype? Who knows? Oh yeah. We were gonna look on the Wikipedia page for OC3. They didn't give them scary enough names, you know what I mean? Ever since they started naming exploits like Heartbleed and stuff, well, that first off made you know the hacking world was over. Like, once they're like giving it a name and branding it. Could you believe that shit? What? Why is it taking forever to load? Scholar.google.com. Yeah, once bugs had fucking like communications people, you knew hacking was over. But guys, there's a whole new world of hacking to come. ComAI did it for cars. You know, I know we don't talk about ComAI on this channel, but one like minute aside for, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but like this project is the OpenDBC project. Here are the decoders for like every car. Just crowdsourced over years. If you wanna control your cars, which is kind of the only like, here's a way to control like every car. Hacking cars is now available to the world. Do not get into biohacking. Biology doesn't follow simple rules like software. It's all spaghetti code. Yeah, man. But the thing about hacking, it's like the bear. You don't have to run faster than the bear. You just have to run faster than the slowest guy running from the bear. All right, must look. What's this paper? Do I meditate? No, I've never meditated in my life. I was kidding about the meditating thing. I actually meditated on the last stream, or 2 streams ago. Citron N95, thank you for gifting a sub. I think this has been a complete success. What? How does it feel knowing that hot chicks are dancing on stream with triple the amount of viewers? To be honest, I'd probably be watching them and not me. Download Headspace? It's pretty good. What? I'm gonna go when I'm done with the stream. I don't know whether I want to watch Jibby ASMR or Lex Friedman. I think I'll watch Lex Friedman and then Jibby ASMR and then go to sleep. That's what I think I'm gonna do tonight. I'm excited, and I know I gotta watch Eric Weinstein too. I'm still very interested in this study. What's this? Human metapneumovirus? Yo. If it turns out that only like a couple % of people can get coronavirus, you ever heard dihydrogen monoxide? You should be concerned about dihydrogen monoxide. Although the U.S. government and Centers for Disease Control do not classify it, you know, it can do all these terrible things, man. Deaths due to accidental inhalation, prolonged exposure causes severe tissue damage. Yeah, it's terrible, man. Well, yeah. So, you know, I mean, if it turns out, like, so here's what I'm confused about by this study. All right, wait, let's find that study again. Everyone's freaking out about something that has a death rate. But, like, what's the death rate of this thing? Some common cold virus seems to have a death rate of 5%. Like, this is what I'm confused about. Maybe it doesn't spread as fast, but like there's certainly no concern around this one. Let's find it on this guy here. GenBank human coronavirus OC43. Sounds like a fast internet connection. Oh my god. Recent. Where's the genome? Beta coronavirus 1? What? Wait, where's the genome of this thing? This? Oh, here we go. Oh, very similar to the bovine coronavirus. I see. Okay, this one looks a little different. This one actually looks significantly different. Oh no, ORF1A and 1B, they just annotated it differently. What's our NS2? Do we have an N? I don't think we had an NS2. Spike glycoprotein. Gluconesterase. Spike surface glycoprotein. This is the nucleocapsid? Yeah. So what they said the cross immunity was on the nucleocapsid? Antibody to N protein on serology. Yeah. Let's just take a quick look at it. The nuclear capsid protein's not big, right? Sorry, not CC. You want to do corona sub nuclear capsid protein. It's not too long. Let's grab. So where's my? I'm so bad with tabs. Where'd my OC? Here we go. We'll just take the pre-translated one. Only 3 more. I know it's frustrating. I'm more frustrated than you doing it. But it's faster than trying to say like, oh, I'm going to do something clever. Let's see. They don't look very similar. Where's my edit distance thing? .296. What are the lengths? Yeah, they're not very similar at all. Huh. This is odd. This whole thing is odd. Not this one. That other paper. It looks the opposite. High sequences of similarity in S2, the fusion glycoprotein. Due to their annual exposure to coronaviruses, but why are older people not? This is the opposite of making sense, I think. I don't get it. Why did OC43 kill 5% of people? Whoa. Why is everything just free now? I used to feel like every time I would click these links, it would like give me bullshit. What's pathogenesis? We know so much about coronaviruses, man. Why does nobody ever cure any of these things? Genesis of blah, blah, blah. Coronavirus is a family of viruses based on antigenic reactivity. Huh. Coronaviruses are divided into 3 genera. Which is the new one? Coronaviruses have the largest known RNA genomes, huh? Yeah, so we don't have coronavirus. Our coronavirus doesn't have any hemagglutarinesterase. I don't know if it has an I protein either. Spike, small membrane, membrane, and nucleocapsid, an internal protein encoded within the nucleocapsid. Ugh. Gotta cite your work, guys. Be a good scientist. Whoa, look, we can learn about all the proteins. The 5 end of the coronavirus genome contains 2 very large open reading frames, 1A and 1B. We know this. The replicase includes 2 large polyproteins. Translational frame shift. Yeah, so they overlap a little bit. Oh, that's cute how they put it on top. That probably means something. Two or 3 proteases, several RNA, as well as a polymerase and a helicases will be discussed below. MHV. Wow. Neurotropic? Oh. That seems scary. Let's get to the SARS. SARS killed a bunch of people. It was terrible. The development of coronavirus reverse genetic systems? What's a reverse genetics? You mean just how to, like, sequencing? Oh. No. This is how to modify them. Whoa. and cloned into plasmid vectors in E. coli. Which one's this one? Why do they say this is a significant threat? Is this actually, or are we just better at understanding it? You know, when did we first get the technology? When was PCR invented? Like, it was not that long ago, was it? Yeah. Like, it's 35 years. I mean, I guess these viruses must have been around way before that. How did we test for HIV? Did we test for HIV before PCR? I guess they did antibody tests. But they didn't have any DNA tests. I don't know. And I guess density is increasing. Microscopy for HIV? I don't think so. I don't think you can see viruses under a microscope, can you? Maybe an electron microscope. Yeah. Only the largest and most complex viruses. How big's a coronavirus? $80 to 90 nanometers. You're not going to see that with a light microscope. HIV is probably even smaller. Yeah, 100 nanometers. It's bigger than polio? Oh, polio is mad small. If the fatality rate is really only 1% and only 10% of people are going to get it, I mean, at that point, you know, this whole corona thing's a scam. If 80% of people are going to get it and the fatality rate's 3%, well, okay, now it's a lot worse. No, that wouldn't be 8 million deaths. That would be 300,000. Right? Because 10%, 1%, 300 million people, 1% would be 3 million, but if only 10% get it, that's 300,000. And like, I mean, 300,000 people sucks, but I think, you know, what's deaths in flu season? Okay, that's 10x worse. But yeah, okay. I mean, it's a 10x worse flu season. That's not like, it sucks, but it's. I don't think it's worth sacrificing the economy for. If it's looking like over 1 million people, well, 300,000 is still a little high. If it's 61,000, I mean, so that's what, 5x less. Based on current infected versus deaths, it's 15% death rate? What's 15%? No. Well, we know this. So the cruise ship, 50% of people on the cruise ship were asymptomatic. So that does come down to about 10% of the population. Right? I really like that CDC Diamond Princess. Here, and symptomatic. Of these, this many were asymptomatic at the time. Well, what do they mean by required intensive care? Does intensive care mean a ventilator, or does intensive care mean supplemental oxygen? Well, as ODO, cruise ships aren't representative of the age of the general population. Yeah, you're in the ICU. I mean, you can't use the death rate from the cruise ship to say anything. But if we assume that it infects all people equally, which actually might not be true. Well, no, but that doesn't explain. That Chinese thing was weird. It doesn't seem to infect as many young people. You know what? I wish the politicians would say what number's okay. I wish they'd say. What number is worth sacrificing the economy over? I mean, I would say orders of magnitude. Mono Ucheri. Well, okay, so when you say no such number, what do you mean by that? Around, yeah, what number of deaths would be less than 20K in the US? I think that's, remember the flu killed 61,000, right? And nobody even remotely considered shutting the economy down for that. I think 5 million, yes, I think 5 million deaths is definitely not worth it. Yeah, I don't think any of our society would be okay with 5 million. I actually don't think we'd be okay with 1% either. Yeah, 500K, 250K, probably fine. $250K is not really, in the grand scheme of America. In the grand scheme of America, it's 0.1%. No, we're just talking about America here. So if you're not from America, America has about 300 million people. Yeah. I think 100K everyone would be okay with, and I think 1 million we wouldn't. And there was an article by some statistician who's like, we really have no idea. But yeah, I mean, I wish if I was in charge of the coronavirus task force, I would be constantly publishing my models and basically saying that. Basically saying, once we get the information, if we know or we predict that the death rates, that there's going to be less than 100,000 dead, as soon as our models are 95% confident in that, well, open everything up. And then if our models are 95% confident in over 1 million deaths, martial law time. All right, where's the market on this? Why doesn't someone have a prediction market for this? Number of deaths in the US caused by coronavirus. Oh, 2 million deaths from working people. It's not the same as 5 million retired people. I mean, that gets real grim. Yeah, no, this is true. I don't think there will be millions of deaths because of the way China handled it. Wait, if anything, I don't know about that. My point is, yeah, the numbers really are. The fact that we're even debating orders of magnitude difference in the number of deaths. Like the fact that we're not even sure. Yeah, well, then lock down until we have data. China used the powers that are available to an authoritarian government. All right, to work with a holistic doctor. All right, you lost me at holistic doctor. Oh, I don't know. Vietnam went full socialism? All right. We're getting distracted again by this. How did we get onto this? You know, yeah. What got onto this was the fact that random coronavirus killed 5%. So, like, we may have this. What percent of people get a cold every year, and what percent of the people die from common cold? I don't know. China is not full of shit on the numbers. And Korea is definitely not. Who predicted 75 million? With 7.5 million Americans would die from swine flu. Yeah, who remembers the swine flu nothing burger, man? For prophylaxis? That's interesting. $400 milligrams twice a day. That's a relatively high dose. I mean, okay, not relatively. That's double. That's double the normal dose. Oh, 400 milligrams twice weekly. Huh. Take zinc too. Take zinc. Can't hurt. Yo, get on the hype train. Is the world overreacting? I can't seem to land on yes or no. That's exactly how I feel. I don't know. When you find out it's SARS, you think no. When you find out it's a cold, you think yes. I mean, my opinion, do I think the world's overreacting? No. I think that looking at how China locked it down just makes you scared not to. I mean, yeah, is Brazil really doing nothing? Well, if they are, I'm not saying they should, but if they are, we all really get to benefit from that experiment. Stop asking about C++. I don't know what this is. Level 1 complete. Let's go to level 2. Brazil's president doesn't believe in it. Bolsonaro doesn't believe in coronavirus? Or did he make the decision? I mean, don't get on the hype train. We're at 25%. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, Brazil data incoming. You don't want to be the first. You do not want to be the first to see how this plays out when you don't do anything. Would I lie under oath? Definitely not. I'd just plead the fifth. Oh, US is going to be number 1 infected pretty soon. No. My take on the Trump Easter thing is, do you see the stock market today? Whether Easter is true or not, doesn't matter. Giving people a date makes markets go up. Did the Senate pass the deal? Do I think the economical effect will kill more people than the virus? Well, I mean, that's the question, you know. I saw some real ignorant bullshit on Twitter where it's like, if we can save just one life, it's worth shutting down the whole economy. No, it's not. Do you know how many other people you just killed doing that? Like, oh, I did get an ad for free Pornhub Premium. What if it's my life? Yeah, what if it's your life that dies because the economy didn't work, right? Think about it like this. You slow the economy down 5 years, and they would have found a cure for whatever kills you, but they didn't find it in time, right? Economy saves lives, man. Look at our life, you know, for anyone who doesn't believe that, look at our life expectancy. But we didn't improve our life expectancy because we improved our political systems or our understanding of literature. Hypotheticals against actual lives. Yeah, see? Well, you know what? I'm glad that I'm not in power. Never mind. Remember when I said vote for me in 2028? I lied. Don't. I'm not running. I'm withdrawing my candidacy. I'm not the guy who's responsible for any of this shit, man. I don't know. The economy seemed pretty good to me. I don't know why you think the economy was shit. Put it this way. I know the Comma AI sales numbers. Comma AI sales numbers were very good. And then we had coronavirus. They're not as good anymore. Everything's still shipping. Don't be afraid to buy. I know what my stock portfolio was 6 weeks ago. People can't drive. Yeah, no, I know. It'll go back. Shameless plug. How much money do I have in the stock market? Well, let's say I have about 30% less than I had 2 months ago. Who's speaking like a child? Oh, hype train level 1. Oh, we didn't hype the hype train enough. No, they didn't give me the early briefings. No, I wasn't privy to that information. No, I could have been smarter about it, to be honest. I could have, if I'd done the research, I could have seen it coming. I didn't, and I lost money, as it should be. No, I'm not. No, I did not pull out. No, I definitely didn't pull out. The market's going to go back up. It's just a question of when. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, okay. The good news is when it does go back up, I don't have to pay taxes on that because it's the price that I bought in at. All right, it's not so bad. Yeah, selling is either retiring is zero pussy. Yeah. I thought that the UK was actually going to try the fuck it, we'll get through it coronavirus strategy. It would have been very nice to see. I think that might have been Q&A for tonight. Wow, so I had 610 people. People are liking this. Comma AI recruitment process is brutal. I mean, you got to do program. Yeah, you got to prove that you could program. Yeah, UK would be the control, right? Oh, you're in the UK? I don't know. I have no idea what political stuff is being pumped into you guys over in the UK. How do you get the speed from a video? Well, that's a great question. We're looking to hire people who know how to do it. You're welcome to use Google. Do I hire from India? Yeah, well, we'll do visas. No, you absolutely can't be an average coder and work for Comma AI. Right now, the places like... I mean... most people at Comma AI are better than me at their specific. Actually, I think everyone is. I think every person at Comma AI at the specific thing they're working on is better at it than me. So, an idea of where the bar is. How many applicants do we get? A lot. Oh, no, you can learn. You just have to be a good programmer. None of our questions are like specific to self-driving cars, really. Like that video prediction one is not like, you don't need like domain knowledge. Like just think about it, know some computer vision basics, and it's easy. Have you done visa? Yeah, we've done quite a few visas. If you don't have a degree, can you get a work visa? I think so. Look, if you show us that you're good, if you pass our interview screening tests, we'll really go out of the way to get you a job. Hiring anyone in security without programming skills. People ask me that. What the hell does that mean? Like, how are you in security? Is everyone's job? Do you mean like security, like you walk around with a nightstick and a flashlight? Security? No, we're trying to hire like, I'd hire like 5 people right now. The Senate's gonna give me $2 billion, $2 trillion or whatever. No, we're not hiring cooks. Oh, you do like police security? Oh, well, we're not hiring for that. Yeah, I interview everyone personally. You're down for Comma Bio? Yeah, like Comma Bio. Yeah, we'll do Comma Bio. Do you offer hardware jobs? Yeah, we're not really. Well, our hardware team's pretty good right now. But if you can code in like low-level C stuff, yeah, we'd hire someone for that probably. The screening test is a nightmare for me. Well, do I offer data science jobs? We have data science on the list. It's good to know. I think we have some real talented bio people in here right now. Comma Bio, yo. We're not looking for marketing people ever. If you identify as a marketing person, we're not looking for you. If you can code, prove your coding skills. We do not do marketing. Would I say I'm good with hardware? I'm pretty good with hardware. I mean, again, there's people at Comma who are better, but pretty good. What's the interview process like? Well, first we do some screening questions. We have a new programming challenge on HackerRank if you do well at our screening questions. And then we fly people out for a micro internship. Come work in the office, come meet the team. And then 2 days, if we like you and you like us, we offer you a job. If you do every test but have a shitty GitHub, yeah, that's fine. Is the HackerRank public? No. What do I consider a good coder? Go do all of Advent of Code and send it to me when you've done all of them. Why no remote jobs? Because I'm not managing remote people. Fuck that shit. How's the work-life balance? You're asking the wrong question. Do I have a diversity quota? I think diversity quotas are racist. Uh, I'm not married. There's no work life, only work. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna like. Yeah, people don't work. I think people work way more hours at like Tesla and SpaceX than they do at Comma. It's about being smart, about how you use your time more than putting in a lot of hours. All right, who's spamming? You, George Hot, self-driving. First self-driving level 5 prank. What's next? Self-driving coronavirus level vaccine hoax. You have a higher chance of losing your virginity hacking iPhones than scamming investors. You loser. Yo, where'd the hater come from? Another thing. Something that makes me in good spirits and willing to talk about Comma AI more. Comma AI is now a profitable company, even with the coronavirus slump. So yeah, I don't need to scam any investors anymore. I guess we can start paying them back. Wait, you have a paper? Oh, I have an interesting paper from Weiss, and which one's that? Relink the paper. Who's Eric Weinstein? I don't know. That was Sorek? Where's Sorek? When are you gonna get the 3D files for the Comma 2 case? All right, now questions are getting way too damn specific to Comma AI. I'm fine with talking about the hiring. You're never gonna get those files. Craig with Eric Weinstein. Have you read Life 3.0? No. Someone was the spammer. Data science is just coding. It's just, if you want that data science job, you still have to do the same programming challenge. I agree, Rick and Morty needs to come back. My favorite House MD girl. Who was the one, I mean, Cameron's OG, but who was the new one? Like 11? What was her name? Stop censoring me? Bro, you're a subscriber. Why are you spamming? You're gonna get banned. I don't know what happens if I ban subscribers, but 13, seriously? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Monica Hadley? What was her name? Remy Hadley. Yeah, 13. Yeah. You don't think 13's beautiful? All right, the chat's over. Do we have any more good Q&A? I'm a no coiner. Is it true that I banged? I don't know who that is. If she's hot, the answer is probably yes. If she's not hot, the answer is probably no. Thoughts on Jonathan Blow? Is he the game developer guy? I actually met him recently. Cool guy. No, I've never had death threats. I don't have any of those exploits that are worth anything. I say that's just not a game you want to be in, you know? if you get bought out tomorrow, will you go into politics? No, I'm gonna start a school. How many mechanical engineers? None. You ever wear suits to weddings and funerals? How's my church project going? It's a university now. There's been a few very interesting rants from Tucker Carlson about the university system. I think it's a prime business to get into. I think maybe I'm starting. We don't say cult. We don't it's a school, and we don't say compound. We say campus. Jonathan Blow streams? No. It's a religion, so we don't pay taxes. Cults have to pay taxes. Jump tried university before going into politics. Yeah, Alan Hubbard. Yeah, you know I love that guy. Didn't I go to college to get a PhD once? No, it's not a school for hacking. It's a school for science. We're gonna learn science. Alright, it's after midnight, guys. I know there's 622 people here. I'm glad you're all enjoying this. We'll do a couple more minutes of Q&A. And then it's going to be the end of the stream. What would I want from a coronavirus researcher if I had them in the room? I don't want it. I mean, I'm not trying to accomplish anything. We're just trying to learn here. Anyone at Comma have a PhD? I don't know. Never asked. Ever been in Germany? I've been to Germany, of course. Did you get the Sneed joke from The Simpsons? What? Are you planning on contributing the cock stuff? It's not very good. I wasn't very good on it. It went on an hour? Yeah, well, because we played a video game. I'm 23 and an average coder. How do I become great? Well, you start by not asking that question, right? Like, it's a dumb question to ask. Like, I don't know. I mean, how do you become great? Well, how do you become great at anything? Right? You know. You just have to do it. This IQ test for AI by DeepMind. I like the coffee test. You hear about the coffee test? Can you build a robot that's capable of walking into an average American's house and making a cup of coffee? And Ben Goertzel proposed it as a replacement to the Turing test, and I really like it. Coffee test. I'm not bisexual, no. Most lucrative crypto? Dude. BitConnect. Have I ever done ketamine? Yeah, I've done ketamine. Oh no, I don't really like it. Do I have a favorite programming language? Ever done DMT? Yeah, I've done DMT. You know, sometimes I say that there was like time before DMT and time after DMT, and I'm not sure those two times are the same time. Favorite drug? Caffeine, man. What's your take on microdosing? Don't do it every day. Don't do anything every day. Is there a drug I haven't done? Yeah, a whole lot of drugs I haven't done, like PCP. I never did PCP. I never smoked crack. Have I had ego death? Yeah, but not from psychedelics. Go read Permutation City. If you think about it and you meditate on it, you can achieve ego death. Also, I don't know. I mean, I've never taken like huge doses of psychedelics that people say can get there, and I've never felt that way. Like while tripping, I'm still very much like me in here, but if I sit still and meditate and realize that consciousness is a scam, yeah, I can feel like my ego and myself drift away. PCP impossible cure. Yeah, that'd be funny, man. Yeah, can a neuroscientist understand microprocessor is really good. Good, I'm glad you liked it. No, I just tell people I'm a no coiner. Because it's the only proper answer to like, oh, do you have crypto, man? What crypto should I invest in? I'm a no coiner. That's right. Bergen Academies. How competitive is the AI self-driving car sector? Most of it's like a scam. How can I meet you? I don't know. Do you think some people are inherently winners and losers in whatever they do? I don't know. Yeah, if you come up to me and try to talk to me, I probably don't want to talk to you. Right? Like, this is a time that I've like allotted to, streaming on Twitch. But like, if I'm like walking in the street, I'm like thinking about some bullshit. You know, what's that Eminem line? People come up to me occasionally. Yeah, leave me alone when you freaks see me out in the streets when I'm eating the feed and my daughter to not come and speak to me. I don't know you and no, I don't know you a motherfucking thing. I'm not Mr. NSYNC. I'm not what your friends think. I'm not Mr. Friendly. I can be a prick. If you tempt me, my tank is on empty. No patience is in me, and if you offend me, I'm lifting you 10 feet. In the air, I don't care who was there and who saw me. Just jaw you, go call you a lawyer, file you a lawsuit. I'll smile in the courtroom and buy you a wardrobe. I'm tired of all of you. I don't mean to be mean, but that's all I can be. It's just me. Damn. Eminem's a genius, man. Mom spaghetti. Do I think winners can become losers? Yeah. There's some amount of winner-loser mobility. If you see me in the street, you shouldn't say hi. I mean, like, there's an appropriate way to do it and there's an inappropriate way to do it, right? And some people are weird about it, and people who are weird about it, they're weird about it. Like, if I'm like sitting at a bar, like just like relaxed posture, shit talking, sure, yeah. If I'm like, got my head looking up at the sky and I'm walking down the street with AirPods on, no. Do I get recognized a lot? Not that often, sometimes. Should call some people. Should we do that? Should we do Skype calls on the stream? We'll do a stream like that one day. You're sitting at a bar and you come over and you go to forehead. Honestly, if you really had the balls to do it, wait till coronavirus is over. All right. We're getting to questions about OOP. Stream Zoom. What's our favorite CI system? Like, what is this? The fuck is collective consciousness? Is school's a scam? I'm starting a school. It's like how I'm starting Theranos, but not scam Theranos. Just because, no, when I say school is a scam, the idea of education is not a scam. I'm saying like Harvard and Yale are a scam. That's what I'm saying. What a time to be alive. Yes, Permutation City. It's a great book. A lot of Greg Egan stuff is good. Are there better rappers than me? Well, that I don't know. I mean, we'd have to have a rap battle. I mean, I'm down. You know, I'm down. I want to be on King of the Dot, man. Like Gucci's a scam? Gucci's not a scam. What's a scam about Gucci? Things are scams when people think they're something they're not, right? People think of like Harvard as this like, oh, the best students get into Harvard. No, it's all political. It's a scam. Gucci is exactly what it looks like. Do I know anything about Twitch or other Twitch streamers? I don't know. Gucci Gang. Do I have a degree? Yo, I almost don't have a diploma, but I do have a diploma. That's right. It's not even a GED. I have a diploma from a real high school. How could you not believe in collective consciousness? That thing is defined vaguely enough that like give me a world in which it exists and a world in which it doesn't exist and a test that I could use to cleave the two. I've listened to Peter Thiel on University. People still give Harvard credence. It's worse than Google, man. That's one way. You can get in by donating a lot of money. You can get in by knowing people. Oh, you mean tourists? Tourist is sick, bro. That guy's dominated the competitive programming world for years. And he named himself Tourist, which is awesome because every time he gets a badge, it just says Tourist on it. I'd like to meet him. Say I love my life. I don't think about it much. I think it's a dumb question, kind of. What do I think of simulation field? I don't know what that is. How much do you make in Twitch? I showed you guys my revenue, and then I got yelled at and said I was going to get banned, but I didn't. How much do I make? Not really anything. I appreciate the subscriptions. You know, it lets me know that people care more than anything else. What are the chances I read your messages? I read that one. No, we gave up on Instagram. Was so last year. They didn't even give me a check mark, you know? It's offensive. I'm offended that Instagram didn't give me a check mark. I wanted to send girls my Instagram and be like, check out, I'm verified. You know, I got a blue check mark. And that was my only real goal. But when I realized that Instagram's not going to give me a blue check mark, I lost interest. What do I think of Affirm? I mean, I think the model of credit in general is kind of predatory. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, I thought about it. Like, we use Affirm. It's not a scam. Like, everybody knows what it is. If you take the 3% one, it has 0% APR, which, if you're a diligent person, isn't a bad deal. It's actually a great deal. You're getting a free loan. What do you mean? No. The DMs, bro. Pay 10K on Instagram. Yeah, I'm not. You know, that's like hookers, man. How much of what I say and think is original? Nothing. It's all derivative. What's a scam and what's not? If something tells you what it is, it's not a scam. If something lies to you about what it is, it's a scam. That's it. I have the public figure check mark. I don't know, anybody can just write that, I think. I don't know, maybe not. Oh. Wait, the fuck is this? Is this like a half-ass check mark? So I'm a public figure, but I don't get a blue check mark. I got a budget check mark. Fuck Instagram, man. Well, that just means I have a business account. Yeah, no, I have a business account so I can see my analytics. And I've learned that 93% of my followers are male. I'm gonna appoint a chief of diversity to change my follower gender ratio. A consolation check mark. No, don't show girls your Wikipedia. That's lame, bro. I got the Instagram with the DMs, you know? I'm 5'10". I know about Temple OS. I don't know about Terry Davis. This is a sad story. I mean, we're not going to say it on here, but, you know, if someone wants to claim they're a girl on the internet. There we go. People under 5'11" are more at risk for coronavirus? Girl stands for guy in real life. Elise Lamb. Eliza Lamb. Is this someone I want to Google? I don't know about this, man. This seems like the kind of thing you can Google for hours. If you want to ask me out on a date, send me a message on LinkedIn. I use that for dating. Oh, yeah. Look. Hey, so see, the way that scams work, some people are on the take and some people are on the give, right? Like, just because college is a scam doesn't mean you can't be on the take. There's definitely ways to be on the take from college. Tinder sucks, man. Tinder is... Oh, don't get me started on my dating app. These apps are not designed to actually have people meet. They're designed to increase engagement. They're disgusting. First off, almost all online dating apps are like 90% men and 10% women. You want a balance? There's an obvious way to get a balance. Charge men money. Every club has been doing this forever. How come these dating apps don't do it? You could make a great dating app if you just charged men $100 and it was free for women. Like, it would be great for everybody involved. Or make it like you can make it like a marketplace, right? And you can choose that $100 based on, let's say we want what's a good ratio at a bar, right? We want our bar to be 60% women, 40% men. Well, I can get that same thing in my virtual bar by charging a cover for men, right? That's so obvious. And I don't know. I'm actually surprised they don't do it, because I mean, I'm sure they would make less money if they did it, but it would be a much better product. Well, they won't let me on Grindr because I don't have a blue check mark. Probably now they will. My Instagram's a lot better, but how do I identify men and women? Well, I mean, it's obvious, right? If you want to see the women profiles, you have to sign up as a male profile, right? I mean, there might be some men who sign up as a woman, but then you're going to see men, right? And like, you could say, oh yeah, but you got to make this inclusive for gay people. No, it's a very different market dynamic, right? It's a very different, you have a much more symmetric market in that world. Though I do hear that like the top and bottom problem, there's a lot more bottoms than tops. I don't know if that's true. No, I mean, I don't even have to, right? Like, this is an ungameable system. If you want to, pretend that you're a girl, sign up as a guy, then all you're going to look at is other guy profiles, right? (3.14159265358979). That's all I know. There's no such thing as gay tops. It's all bottoms. Into my dating app? Yeah. I think about it a lot. Comma.dating, yo. Comma.dating, comma.bio. We don't be homophobic here. We respect everybody, man. We respect everybody and their identities and their choices. Unless they're trying to tell you about what your identity is and what choices you have to make, then we don't respect them. We'll tolerate anything except intolerance. There we go. Comma.bio isn't actually hiding yet. You identify as an attack helicopter. That's great, man. I don't think the life of an attack helicopter is really that great, man. You're going to get drafted into the Army. They're not going to pay you. You have to sit there. Occasionally, people jump on top of you and you have to fly training missions. They pump you full of jet fuel or yeah, it doesn't sound good, man. That doesn't seem like a good thing to identify as, I'm just saying, you be you, man. I'm just pointing out the obvious shortcomings. Sports or esports? I don't know. I don't follow either of them. Tolerate everything except intolerance. What? I didn't even remotely come up with that. I'm actually parodying. I'll tolerate anything except the out group. There's a good Slate Sarcodex post about that. Yeah, sleep in the kitchen, bro. You identify as coronavirus. Well, your future, we'll see. How do you buy a Comet 2 from Iran? I don't think we're allowed to ship to Iran. If we're allowed to, I'll sell one to Iran. Can you give a quick summary of what your company does? No. Why are most billionaire startups started from individuals that attend prestigious universities? Because you know why, right? There's other cofactors that are correlated, right? How did they get into that university, If you investigate unsolved mysteries, we maybe can do this. We maybe can do mystery solving. Yo, great TV show, Mike Tyson Mysteries. It's hilarious. Can't invest in Comma. It's private equity. Though, yeah, if you join the Discord, we have a Comma stock channel, and they'll be the first to know when you can invest. Well, it's not just connections for VC funding. It's connections for hiring. It's connections to the right sort of people in society, right? Like, Comma's a weird business in a lot of ways because, I don't know. I mean, I look at, what you're supposed to do as a startup. The investors don't talk to me anymore. because it's like, well, you're supposed to like follow a trajectory in Silicon Valley, and I'm like, fuck that. I'm gonna build a profitable company. Following that trajectory is about a network, and it's about who you know way more than what you've actually built. Do I like Scooby-Doo? Yeah. Okay, if any of you go in the Discord and start asking about coronavirus related stuff or other stuff that we discuss on here, I regret mentioning it because you'll be banned from that Discord so fast. Humans making everything into a social game. Well, no, I mean, things become a social game when societies start to decay. In strong societies, things aren't a social game. But you know, it's this isn't Atlas Shrugged, and this is the slogan. This is the slogan of the bad guys in Atlas Shrugged. And when I first read this book, you know, I'm like, I was like 19. I read this book, and I'm like, okay, I almost put it down. I'm like, this villain is too. This is ridiculous. No sane person would actually espouse this. And the slogan was from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. And I remember I Googled this. And I'm like, holy shit, this is some like communist slogan. Right? This is the worst idea I've ever heard, because you're now going to get people trying to downplay their abilities and trying to play up their needs, which is the opposite of what you want in a functional society. I've reread the book as an adult, and yeah, it's a little. The good guys and the bad guys are a little one-dimensional. But I was shocked that like anybody would actually think something like this is a good idea. Yes, the Chinese really contained the virus. Complexity, a guided tour, no. Isn't the author counting on only a few people following this and not all? Well, what you're going to get with something like that is you're going to get favors, right? Who got a car in communist Russia? Well, whoever knew the guy with the car permits, and you traded a favor for the guy with the, the chicken permits, right? Like, well, I'll get you a car if you get my brother 5 chickens, right? And that's how society collapses. I read this book, Scale, which this kind of reminds me of. Yeah. This kind of reminds me of that. Computer program is the last job to be replaced. There's a... I should... You know what? When I mentioned books, Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect. When I mentioned books yesterday, I should have mentioned this book. I love this book. Intellect. Okay, I'm getting tired. I can't spell anymore. Everybody should read this. Warning, it's a bit graphic, but man, I read this junior year of high school. This is another one of those books that changed my life. And then there's another book. there's a sequel to this, a Casino Odyssey in cyberspace. And this is also worth reading. And the end of that book gets you to what I really think the last job will be. But if I tell you, it spoils the book, so you gotta read it. Hans Hermann Hoppe, no. I don't know. I think a lot of libertarian stuff, like, while interesting as a baseline, it's like not complete. Like, I read the two competing books. What is it? A Theory of Liberty and A Theory of Justice, Nozick and Rawls. I read them both, and they both make compelling cases. So you probably want something kind of in between those two. I mean, those are kind of the two political. Well, it's interesting, the two political systems you see today and how they've basically evolved into the layouts in those two books, which it wasn't. The Unabomber Manifesto is also worth reading. The FBI described it as incoherent gobbledygook. I read it. Very coherent. Pessimistic, though. And he offers no solutions to the problems, unfortunately. I mean, they are problems, and he's right. I felt similar reading that as I did reading the Communist Manifesto. You read the Communist Manifesto, and the Communist Manifesto lays out a lot of problems with industrial society. And then it goes on to say, therefore, we should abolish private property, which is a leap that made no sense to me. And then you read the Unabomber Manifesto, and it talks about all these problems with industrial society, and then it goes on to, well, kind of say nothing, and you got some guy who, like, lived in a cabin and, like, mailed bombs to random computer science professors. Like, there's no way to deal with it. I mean, yeah, it's a lot easier to diagnose the problems than to say what happened next and how you should deal with them. Yeah, making manifestos about problems but not giving solutions is a bitch move, I agree. Means of production should reside with the state. Again, yeah, I don't. It's been a while since I've read the Communist Manifesto. I don't think I could have such an intelligent conversation about it. Have I read Kropotkin? No. So, and maybe he addresses this. People in the past usually were better about addressing this, but, like, when I've talked to people I've met in the world who describe societies like this, they don't have a good mechanism of dealing with defectors, right? I mean, I think right away, how can I exploit your society, right? And I'm going to say that, like if there's a way for somebody to take advantage of the system, somebody will. And, like, I'm not even the somebody who will first take advantage of the system, right? If we're 100 people and we're all living in peace and harmony, I'm not the first guy who's going to defect. But once 10 people are defecting, yeah, hell yeah, I'm defecting, right? And that's how your society collapses real fast. Yeah, I read Atlas Shrugged. I talked about that. Feynman's work on M simulations via quantum computers? No. Feynman wrote about quantum computers? Here we go in politics chat. Well, it's not exactly politics. It's meta politics. Is that better? I don't know. I wonder if there's like a hierarchy of political conversation. I mean, yeah, again, like arguing about what particular branches of the American government should do, who cares? Governing principles are interesting. Day-to-day politics, like, did you hear what Nancy Pelosi had for breakfast this morning? Yeah, I don't care. Wait, Ted Kaczynski has a new book? Whoa! When did this come out? Good for him. I'm not that interested in that. It said in his own words, I thought that they did interviews with him. Whoa. #1 new release in philosophy. Wow. Did this other version... Oh, he had an old version. Oh, no, I didn't know about this. Yeah, but... So what I'm looking for, and what I never saw in the manifesto, is for him to describe a stable society, right? That deals with the problem... I don't know. I'll check it out. But that deals with the problem of, well, you know... Actually... He wrote this, he did this story for like a Nature magazine that I thought was he talked about sitting in the snow and waiting for, he was out rabbit hunting, and sitting in the snow waiting for a rabbit. And he said that, well, you might think coming from a modern society that I'd be bored doing this, but I wasn't. I was perfectly content to sit there and wait. And it's so different from my experience. I mean, I think the experience of a lot of people in our society, that I wonder if this is what the human condition was in the past. I'm tempted to think no. Quantum computing says Democritus? Yeah. Can I explain why P equals BQP? It's just a hunch. I don't have a proof. If I had a proof, I'd be rich and famous. Hofstadter? Yeah. What principles of libertarianism are compelling? Well, I mean, I don't, like I said, I'm a fan of some of the ideas, but I think there is something about libertarians that they're usually more inclined to explain their political philosophy as a coherent system. I'll meet some people, and as you start to question their assumptions, their system falls apart. And usually what happens when you do this is they get very angry. So you learn quickly to actually not do this with people. And I think that Socrates experienced, I mean, what is it but just the Socratic method, right? Like, you're asking the same questions, and we all know what happened to Socrates, right? I usually find libertarians are a little more. There's some libertarians who suffer from this as well. I don't know. No, actually, I'm not actually sure. Maybe this isn't one ideology, because I've had conversations with libertarians, with socialists, and thought that they were very capable of like fully defending. I've heard good full defenses of both like a libertarian and a socialist position. Who's creating a utopia? Do I have a Leechess account? I don't think so. Do I know who Destiny is? Oh, that's that stream that people talk about. Yeah, I don't think I'm touching Destiny, man. I think I went on that subreddit for a minute and was like, fuck this. Alright, let's click the NCBI link, and then yeah, we got wow. I said we were gonna be done soon, and it wasn't soon. The spike protein, a target for vaccine, and this link here. My concentration. You guys have seen me get distracted like crazy. These are the new hotness. Monoclonal antibodies. We were looking at these yesterday, I remember. I'm not defending libertarianism or socialism. I just said that I've heard fairly complete defenses of both of them, which is more than I could say for, I mean, I'm not even sure what's, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just the world that I'm raised in, but those seem like the two, like, coherent modern political ideologies. Liberalism, I mean, what do you mean by liberalism? Do you mean socialism or do you mean libertarianism? Right? It can mean both things. The Harvey Weinstein of Twitch? You guys discussing Destiny? Oh, I don't know what is neoliberalism just like Hillary setting up a foundation to put money in her pockets? That's what I think neoliberalism is. Oh, I mean, I guess I've heard defenses of yeah. I mean, you could kind of defend like no, you can't defend it from like a veil perspective, right? Both the theory of justice and the theory of liberty talk about a veil, whereas you don't know who you're going to be born into society as. You can't say like a dictatorship would be great if I'm the dictator. Yeah, okay, that's like 5-year-old politics talk. Yeah, everyone would love dictatorship if they were the dictator, man. I don't know what this is. There's some bacteria. Yeasts. Alright, someone said keyboard. That means it's the end of the stream. Thank you all for watching. I said I wasn't going to stream today, so I'm not going to make any promises about when I'm going to stream again because they're wrong. And if you're going to make predictions and they're wrong, there's no point in making them. Everyone have a good night. Keep love inside your heart. Remember that people aren't malicious, they're just idiots. And, yeah. People aren't malicious, they're just idiots. That's tonight's slogan, word of advice. Bye-bye.